Well, there goes the Daverhood. Good morning, everybody. Well, school's in session here. What are you? Ugh.
I couldn't hear. I deafened myself.
That's
can't hear.
That's the school marm right there.
We can get the deaf puppy because I can't hear either.
Joyce and I, we're thinking down the road at some point we'll adopt a dog again, and so she's looking at these puppies for adoption at not just pet stores, but what do they call those places?
It's a rescue.
Rescues and shelters.
Yeah,
things
only
like.
rescue, I think.
So there's one dog. It's like 9 or 10 years old. They're not even sure, and it's adorable apparently, and great and wonderful, but it is deaf. So if you have a burglar who's coming at you, does it lift a paw and go? It doesn't even. It's just like, I'm more concerned with the age of the thing rather than it being deaf.
You're more concerned with AIDS. I was like, what are you concerned with AIDS?
I don't do that to a dog. No.
I was like,
No, but I wouldn't want to get, because we had a dog, we were lucky enough to lived one dog to like 17 or 16 and the other two to almost 18. So, if they're already 10, and, well, anyway, but she's saying they're more easy to startle. Well, thank you. Joyce is saying I picked out a great shirt today. Well, I want it to look nice. I want it to be bespoke, because I'll be speaking for the next 3.5 hours. But this is Dave's Gone By. I'm Dave Lefkowitz, the producer and host of the program. That's my wife, Joyce. And we have with us a bunch of wonderful people on the program today. Among them, well, the one, the only, the Jewish, most important, Rabbi Saul Solomon will be with us. Now, Rabbi Saul had a busy week because he took part in Gingold Theatrical Group's Valentine's Day Poetry, Music, Monologue, Comedy Slam, which was virtual. It was online. It happened on Valentine's Day, Monday night of this year, 2022, a couple of nights ago. And so you had like some pretty well-known people on there. You had Renee Taylor, who's been on this show. You of course remember her from The Nanny and the shows that she did with Joe Bologna. You might know of Bruce Valanche, who was very, very funny. And a couple of other pretty well-known actors. Robert Cuccioli, who's very involved with Gingold Theatrical Group because they do a lot of George Bernard Shaw plays and things. And he's all over the place. He's doing a lot of theater these days. So people like that, and Rabbi Saul Solomon. Go figure. So Rabbi Saul prepared a rabbinical reflection, one of his mini sermons, all about love poetry, classic Jewish love poetry from the canon, classics that he wrote himself. And it was a great, fun time. A splendid time was had by all. In fact, Bruce Valanche kind of name-checked the rabbi later on in the show, so he was very, very proud of that. If you missed it, if you were busy on Valentine's Day doing things that Valentine's Day people do, don't worry. We're going to show Rabbi Saul's rabbinical reflection that he did. It's called Poems for Valentine's Day. I know it's like 5 days already after V-Day. But time is malleable in the Daverhood. Time is what I say. Yes, it's 9:04 a.m. Eastern Time and a few seconds here on this Saturday, the 19th of February. But it's time is suspended here. We literally take suspenders and put them on a clock because I'm a literalist. But Rabbi Saul going to be doing his Valentine's Day poems later on this episode of Dave's Gone By. So if you missed it, if you go to the Gingold Theatrical Group's website or their Facebook page just as well, they saved the whole program, which is about 90 minutes, and you get to see everybody's. Rabbi Saul comes on at about 45 minutes into the show. So he's there, and then you can watch everybody else's. There's a couple of funny comedians and a couple of nice songs, too. Check out, it was Brenda Braxton, I think, was on there as well. So, anyway, Rabbi Saul, going to be back on this episode of Dave's Gone By. Even more important than that, although nothing is really as important as the rabbi, we'll have our great troika of players in our trivia game Today yesterday. So the today yesterday quiz is going to be coming up. It's 10 trivia questions. You kind of get to play against the panel playing against each other. David Sheward, former managing editor of Backstage and a theater critic who writes for theaterlife.com, culturaldaily.com, and also has his blog, The David Desk. David Sheward, he wins a lot, but not all the time. He's definitely takeable, if you will. And a couple of times he's been taken by the wonderful Leslie Hoban Blake. Leslie has been a theatrical director for many years. She's also a theater critic, has written, well, she basically is part of a video podcast, kind of like this one, that she does with Charlie Gross that you can watch on YouTube on their channel, Critics Circle. And on that, they review shows, they interview people involved in the theater, they give their thoughts on where theater is currently today. Leslie Hoban Blake, she is part of our panel playing the trivia game, as is, all the way from Chicago, the co-creator of Late Night Catechism, as well as Bible Bingo, Vicki Quade. So Vicki and David and Leslie, you know, they're sort of the we have other people who stop in and play, and they're great too, and we love them. They're John Pielmeyer, Jamie Bernard has played. We've had a lot of guests play the game. They're great to have on, but there's something about Vicki, Leslie, and David that just sort of our comfort zone, if you will. So, coming up later in the show are today, yesterday trivia quiz. More than that, even more than that. I've been saving. I'm not going to say the best for last, but it's the most famous. Best known for last of what's going to be on the show today. And it's funny, it's almost a little bit, I'm not going to say irksome, but tiny little bit for irksome, egotist that I am. Because when I told people, when I promoted on Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn that our guest in the Daverhood, our special guest, is Judy Collins, the legendary singer, and now even more so of a songwriter, although she's been writing songs for 30, 40 years now. But, you know, Judy, look, I grabbed this book off the shelf. There's like 2 pages, or 3, about Judy Collins in the Encyclopedia of Rock and Roll, starting with Judy Collins, who describes herself as an interpretive singer, was a major force in 60s folk rock, and her cover versions provided exposure for then unknown songwriters including Joni Mitchell, Leonard Cohen, Sandy Denny, and Randy Newman. Her later repertoire incorporated show tunes, Sing on the Clowns, pop standards, and cabaret material. Her clear, unwavering soprano has been equally effective on both sides now, and Send in the Clowns, etc., and so forth. So, yeah, legend by the time even this edition of the Rolling Stone Encyclopedia of Rock and Roll was written. So what is irksome about this? We're thrilled, we're delighted that Judy Collins is going to be in the Daverhood today on the show. And when I tell people, they're like, oh my God, what a get. How did a stupid little show like yours get Judy Collins? And it sort of rankled me to tell them, it's like, you know, if you paid attention, if you looked at our website, if you're watching the show or keeping an eye on the program all these years, because we've been doing some iteration of Dave's Gone By since 2002, you'll know that Judy Collins was already on the show back in 2015. So, you know, it's a get, and it's rather amazing that someone who was on here once comes back again. Because when they're on the first time, they may not know the show.
11, right?
What?
I'm telling everyone she's on at 11.
No, 10.
Shit, I sent people 10 o'clock. I messed up, David.
It's all right. But where am I? So Judy Collins is coming on in a little bit to talk not with me, but with the great, the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Sal Solomon. I know. I did the last interview with her, and she still decided to come back. But this time to be in the presence of his eminence, his effluence, Rabbi Sal Solomon. And one of the beautiful things is, even back in 2015, we were a radio show. We were on college radio, and we weren't doing visuals. We weren't doing this Facebook thing. Everything was audio still, even though we weren't on terrestrial radio. This time, this Saturday, on Dave's Gone By, we have Judy Collins, and you're actually going to get to see her as well as hear her. So I'm pretty excited about that. She's going to be with us in the Daverhood. You will not, unfortunately, get to hear her sing or warble anything, or we can't play any pre-recorded music from her new album Spellbound or any of her old albums, because the episodes of this program, once they're done, they go on YouTube. We extract an hour that goes on our local cable outlet, on their public access channel. They also go on Facebook. And as soon as other people get away with it, other people, no problem. As soon as I play 10 seconds of somebody's copyrighted music, I get muted, I get threatened, so it's like, you know what? We'll talk to Judy Collins. We'll see Judy Collins. Judy Collins, maybe if we're lucky, she'll sing a line of something live, which we can get away with. If she sings 2 lines, then ASCAP and BMI go poking around for the lyrics and want to pay the songwriter something, which she would absolutely understand, which she would appreciate. Go figure. So anyway, most important thing is, yes, Judy Collins on the show. Yes, she was on the show back in 2015. Amazingly, she came back. And most amazingly, she's talking to Rabbi Sal Solomon. All of that on Dave's Gone By, plus our Greeley Crimes and Old Times segment that comes from a newspaper out in Greeley, Colorado, which also Judy Collins would appreciate, because she's a real dyed-in-the-wool Coloradan, basically living half her life there and half her life in New York. But Greeley Crimes and Old Times comes from this newspaper, the Greeley Tribune, a real, I know, for those of you watching the first time who have never seen this show, you're tuning in just because we will have Judy Collins. This is a real newspaper with a real headline that looked like this: all the ways a tree can kill you. Greeley Tribune comes out 4 times a week now, although it's 24/7 on the web. Thank you, Ben. Joyce is manning like the Facebook messaging. She's humaning. Sorry, she's. I was going to say her-ing, but she's theming the Facebook feed for Dave's Gone By today. But here's the thing. What was I saying? Doesn't matter. That's the beautiful thing about Dave's Gone By. We do 3.5 hours of this. Whatever I was saying 1 minute ago is like at my age. But here's the thing. So I was telling you, we'll also have our Greeley Crimes and Old Times segment. We'll have.
Judy Collins would like it because she.
Well, she's in Colorado. We'll have a Colorado Limerick of the Damned, where we're going to model.
I think I corrected everybody with time.
Great. We're going to model Colorado. There's actually a town called Model Colorado. It's not much of a town, but all of that. It's just a whole lot to do on this episode of the show. But what just happened to me right there, where I was talking about something, 10 seconds later, it was gone.
Do you need a prop?
I will. You know what? I need do I have my facial covering? This happened yesterday.
Why don't you wear the way you had both yesterday?
Oh, I know where the second one is. So this is fine. But so Joyce and I. Oh, you're all right. Joyce just stubbed her toe on the bell.
No, first the bell stuck me in the tushy,
Oh.
and now when I got off the bed, it came with me in my tushy. It stuck me.
How?
I don't know.
How did the bell stick you in the tush? How? I mean, a clapper. That's how people get the clap. But no, how? What? What? Thank you very much.
So you need
Joyce, my helper.
Ow.
With hot tea.
My helper, I'm your slave.
Right. No, but here's the deal. This is what happened to me yesterday.
I get the time wrong. Sorry. Okay.
So we're.
You
what?
always give the backstory. Let me give you.
You give the tell the backstory.
You need another. You need to fully.
I'll go off camera and get prepared.
No. Okay, you need to fully.
And you can tell the story, because anybody over 50 will understand this immediately, and people under 20 will just go, what? Or under 50 will be like, nah. And it's like, yes,
Give me a second.
this does happen. It doesn't have to be an N95. It can be, fine. Oh. No, I can't. You'll never wear this if I put this on my face.
That's always we get for her.
All right. So, why don't you don't have to go on camera, but be near the camera so I can get this ready. and do this right.
Okay.
This happened. And give the whole backstory. We like to go.
So it began when David thought that he left the heater on at school. So he went back to school to make sure his heater was off, which it was fixed. And then I said, since we're there, let's go to Ground Central where I get my salad that they make and that I really enjoy. And then I eat my salad and I get a tea. And David comes out all upset.
Yeah. No.
Go ahead.
No. I'll tell. So here's. Let me do this right. So, Joyce and I, this is one of the things that we like to do because we don't really get out of the house much. We're not eating in restaurants. I did go back to New York this week for the first time since I think October. I went to the theater this week. The first time, as I said, in ages. So that's a whole other thing I'll talk about. But because I'd gone to the theater the night before, I get up early and get a lot of sleep because I come back from the theater wired. I couldn't really get to sleep until 1 o'clock in the morning. And I've got to get up, like before 7 to get up and out and early to work. So I'm punchy in the morning and all day. We go, as we often do. Joyce likes to get a nice salad from a local coffee place
Ground Central.
called Ground Central.
I love it. I also go to them in the city when I used to go.
Oh, they're a little bit mini chain, if you will. And she gets a nice iced tea there, and she gets a salad there. She loves it. We go 2 or 3 times a week. And so, okay, this does get cute. This does get interesting, I promise, folks. So we go, and this is after old Dave, who's having a day. We're going to call it senioritis day because we get out of work a little bit early. Thank you, boss. Because it's the day before a week-long vacation. I work for a school district, and for no particular reason, they give us a winter recess towards the end of February. Thank you. This is not the Passover. We get one in spring, but for some reason, they take this week. They start with President's Day, and they give us 4 more days. Thank you. It's lovely. Much appreciated. So then, everybody, please, you can even leave a little early on a Friday. Have fun. Have a great weekend. Blah, blah, blah. Usually I'm the last one out. We have a very small office, very small team. But this time, I'm just getting my stuff on. It's like, I'm starting my week like 20 minutes, 30 minutes early. Yeah. But since I'm not the last one out, the usual ritual that I do, check the coffee maker, make sure I don't leave anything in the fridge over the weekend that I want to bring home, turn off my computer, this. But I was booking out a little, like 30 seconds earlier than my colleague. And I'm making an excuse here. This is absolutely an excuse. But I think, as I've talked about on this show before, we have issues in our building with heat and particularly with heat. Cold we don't have any issues with, but heat, we've got issues. And heat is the topic of the whole bloody week here in Joyce and my lives, because her mom and her dad are dealing with a whole broken heater. Well, the heater's fine, but there was a gas thing, and they haven't had heat for a week and probably won't for 2 more weeks. Our heater, our boiler, is not working in this house today. And they had the boiler people here earlier in the week fixing it one go. So it's just something about it. And then the place where I work is not terribly uncomfortable, but it does get cold. So we brought in space heaters, where the kind of things that burn down buildings. But we try and get the safest ones, and it's fine. We're working there. It makes a big, big difference. And if you're sitting there not moving for an hour or 2, you can turn it on, feel the heat blowing by your legs. It totally warms you up and makes it comfortable. And every night going home, I turn off the computer, I turn off this, and I check make sure my heater's off. But last night, I'm like, did I? And it's not like I walked out the door, got in the car, went 1 block down the road, so I'll turn around, better check. It's like I was already in the supermarket buying groceries for the weekend when it struck me. It's like, hey, did I turn off the space heater? And this is not something I want to leave on before, like, not just a weekend, but a long President's Day weekend, not to mention, some of my other colleagues will be in next week, but, so I'm like, oh no, and maybe I'm thinking, okay, it's about 4:15 now, let me text my boss, see if he's still there, because he has his office, and he left after all of us. So maybe he's like, by any chance, are you still there? Can you check?
You know what inspires a faith in an employee? What makes your boss feel a lot of faith in you as an employee?
What?
When you tell them you left the heater on during a long weekend. Guess who's not going to get the prize this week for best employee?
No. That Beverly is gone for me.
You are the baddie.
Employee of the week, not happening for Dave.
Your picture will not be framed over the copier.
But you know what? I could have just disregarded it. I could have just let it go and come back to a rubble.
So we didn't have a car, and I was at UNC, and I used to work on the weekends so I could get tenure.
Yeah.
And I made coffee. That's when I drank coffee. And it was decaf, but I left the coffee maker on, and I rode my bike. Like, it was, 2 miles from from the house on Glen Meadows all the way to Gunter, checked it, and went all the way back. And I was, like, exhausted. But you have to.
Yeah. And I texted my boss. I said, by any chance, if you're still there, can you make sure I turn my heater off? And he's like, no, I'm gone. Because he's got a long drive. He goes all the way out, deep on the island. So I'm like, oh, God darn it. Yeah. So I don't live that far from where I work. So I loaded up all the groceries, got them in the car, took them home, put everything, in the fridge and places it needed to go. And I was like, Joyce, hey, you want to go for a ride? I go back to, I thought, it's that moment when I don't have to be in that building for another week and a half, even though I love working there. But yeah.
I'm like a terrier or pet. If you say like yardies or walkies, I'm down.
Well, yeah. You were great with it, but I'm like, of all the places that I'm going to go back to start my week-long vacation, I'm going to go back to work.
But what support you have from the people? Tell them who.
I'm telling this wonderful story, and then I've got to get to the mask story. But so remember, this is predicated, huh?
You remember.
So this is predicated on the idea that I'm already so fatigued, looking up, that I have to go back to work to check on the space heater. So I drive back. It's like 3-4 miles. Come in. I check, and I go in. The cleaning person is there, and I come into the room, and what do you know? It's off. And I'm like, and then I'm thinking, what would be really, really smart is if I ask the cleaning person, hey, could you do me a favor? When you're here, and I know we do. So I said, could you please? We do. When you're if you go, because he has to clean our room. When you clean the desk, when you do this, could you check and make sure? Because I've got a heater. My coworker does. There's another one in the room. Just make sure we've all turned them off, because one of my colleagues left one on overnight weeks ago. I did it one time, I admit, and didn't even know it until I came back in. So if you could just kind of say, and I said, yeah, I turned it off. So he had the wherewithal. He heard it, saw it, and he's like, I better save the school district millions and millions of dollars of rebuilding and insurance costs by turning this little heater off. And I thanked him profusely, and he gave me his cell number. So if I am ever in a situation where suddenly it's like, oh my God, did I? And he happens to be there because he's probably there for a full hour or so cleaning our building. Could you please, so it saves me driving back in. He was wonderful, and what a nice person. But that is the preamble. Okay, so I go back to work. I did forget to turn off the space heater. He turned it off. Thank you so much. It's off for the week. I come back out. Joyce wants to get her salad. I go get her salad. This happened. This. Yeah, no, I was like, we're going to get dinner, right? And our usual place that we go to, Ground Central. And Joyce and I are talking, and so we're still super, super careful about COVID, about the pandemic, for various reasons, right? But when we're together, just in the car, I don't need a mask. I've got the mask ready. I've got the mask on even, but I've got it pulled down. And she's like, okay, can you get me this, make sure they have it, blah, blah, blah. I go in. And by the way, speaking of heat, their oven was broken at Ground Central that day. Nothing, the weather gets below 20 degrees. Suddenly all bets are off everywhere. But, so I go in there, but they have a second oven, so it's just going to take a little more time. And I realize when I walk in Ground Central, not even when I walk in, when I go in, right, I get on the line. I talk to the very nice blonde lady who mans the counter. She's my favorite. And I'm looking at her, and I realize, oh, she's not wearing a mask. And then I realize that, oh crap, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm like and this has been 2 years, right? Just about like since late last March, when we've all been wearing things everywhere. I don't think I've been in that cafe in 2 years where anybody has seen below like my upper cheekbones. And suddenly I'm looking at her, and I'm like, literally, a look of panic crosses my face, and I don't know where my mask is. And so I'm going like this. I should have it in my pocket. It's not in my pocket. So I go reaching. Thank goodness I keep spares of everything everywhere. And I go and I grab. And I'm like, oh, thank God. I go, I pull another mask out of my pocket. I get it over my face, and then I order and I wait, and I'm like, so I'm being safe even in these times where nobody's wearing masks in restaurants anymore. We're moving past that, but I'm not yet. I get the mask on, and then I get the food. I come back to the car. Did I realize before I came back to the car, or did?
No, you were like, oh, I had a little bit of a scare.
Yeah.
And you're like, where's my mask? Did I leave my mask here?
Did I leave my mask in the car?
You asked for help finding your mask. You were very upset.
Yeah, because I was like, and also I wasn't at that point wearing an N95. I got put on my spare was just a regular cloth mask. And I was like, hon, did I drop? Did I leave it in the car? Is it on the seat? Where's the mask? So I take off this one while I'm talking to Joyce. There's nobody else around. And she looks at me and says, you've got to be kidding me. And I'm like, what? I'm like, the mask had been on my face. It's been pulled down to here, over my ears, right? And I'm looking for it. So when we make fun of people, like old people, it's like, where are my glasses? I can't find my glasses. Where are my glasses?
I have my glasses off. I'm reading something, and I try to take off the glasses I'm not wearing. Yeah, that's a good one.
This actually, it really does happen. I'm only 58. It's not like I'm 79 or something. I'm 58.
Yeah, you're quite young.
So it's going to be the thing of, where's my glasses? Where are they? Where are they?
No, but it's not. So I'll tell you, with memory, it's not where something is. It's when you don't know what something is.
Oh,
so if you can't find something, it's okay. But if you look at your glasses or you look at your mask and you're like, what is this? That's the problem.
I'm not there yet.
No, it's not where it is. It's what it is. When you say, what is this?
Then you've got a real...
I know that you're gone when you look at the Zoom or the Facebook and you don't know how to do your show. That's your...
That'll never happen.
I know.
I will forget everything else.
You'll be like, oh wait, did you show them our friend? Where's the rabbi?
Oh, Joyce loves this. I found this
I think you'll be like him doing your show. Okay, put his mask
on.
on.
Now, he has a blessed memory. Rabbi Solomon was going through.
You could do your show just like him. The last show with the microwave. Tell them the series of the show. His last show, he's talking.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I forgot about this.
That's gonna be us. Yeah.
Thank you. So there's this rabbi. I forget his last name, but his first name was Ovadia, and found him in one of the Jewish newspapers that Rabbi Sol reads. Isn't he cute? Isn't he just like the sweetest looking happy rabbi?
Well, and show the mask that he has his own mask.
Yeah, well, Joyce made him.
Even in his mask, he's praises,
a special. Joyce made him a special mask, a face mask to wear.
Well, he's wearing the heart for Valentine's Day.
Actually, should go over his nose. There it is. Yeah, that's better. And he did not die of COVID. He just died. He was old. And he died. It was in the papers. They had his obituary in the Jewish newspaper. And then if you go Googling him, which a person like me would, turns out the man had a podcast for the past several years. And a podcast all about Torah and Tanakh and
how to cook an egg in the microwave.
Well, the beautiful thing is it was a real homemade podcast. And so you can hear, while he's trying to do his thing about discussing the Torah, a line in the Bible, and explaining and thinking about it and talking Hebrew and Yiddish, and you can hear in the background his wife like making dinner, and you hear the microphone go meep, 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 and he's just blithely going along.
And you hear the plates crashing.
Yeah, she's chopping liver and Gehakta labor and whatever, and he's just rolling along, talking, doing a shiur, doing a lesson, which is great. You gotta check it out. I don't have his last name, but it's Ovadia. This is what he looks like. Ovadia and his podcast. The sad part is, it's amazing what happens to people. It's like, you can listen to his podcast from 1 year ago, and he sounded really fine and sprightly and into it. And then, like, the last podcast that he did was in November of this past year, of 2021, and you already hear just how different his voice is, and just he's still there, he's still mentally there, but you can suddenly see he's slowed down. You can feel like, oh my God, he's so much older in a way than he was just a year before that, when he was doing the same little podcast. And that was this last one that he did before passing a couple of weeks ago. And you can still hear the clanging and the banging in the kitchen in the background. So anyway, a big farewell to him. Yay. Just gotta love him. He's going to be our new mascot, the late Ovadia.
I can make different for each holiday. I can make differently for Purim, whatever. I can make differently.
Make him a costume for Purim. That's coming up.
Tell me what you want him to be.
Oh my! I don't know what Purim character should.
Maybe he could be like, your superintendent, and he can go as the Beauty and the Beast thing, carrying a Gucci bag with a pet in it or something.
Yeah.
That was frightening.
Yeah, our superintendent at the school where I work is retiring. He's been a really terrific guy, really fine superintendent. But one of his things is he buys into the holidays like 120%. So when there's any excuse for him to dress up and put on a costume, when he does Beauty and the Beast, it's not just, oh, he's wearing a cute, horn. No, he with the makeup and the everything, and he's just done, it's his thing. And there's literally on our main page of the school district where I work, of its website.
Oh, I need to invite Christine.
There's the farewell to him. Because he's leaving at the end of June, he's going to stay through the whole, I keep calling it a semester, the whole school year. And so he announced his retiring, bless him. And so there's a thing about his, and we did this, and we're a diversity school, and he brought so much to this, and he's going to be mad. He's going to miss so many people. So there's this very nice picture of him, and right next to it is this picture of him standing with a child, and it's happy little 7-year-old girl, and he's dressed completely as the Beast from Beauty and the Beast, and it's adorable, it's cute, but it's like, it's just the whole page of our school district. It's like, we think we'll go to another district where the people are normal. Then again, they hired me. So which should tell you something. What I will tell you is that you're watching Dave's
Sounds like a fun place to work, though.
In general, well, where I am, it's no complaints. It's been.
Someone just posted not in your thing, but in our share Facebook.
Yeah.
Somebody posted the Music Man saying, "Waiting for those trombones."
Well, that's the show I saw. I'll be talking about that. Let me pivot to that, because we'll also go inside Broadway a little later in the show, because I saw and will review the revival. The Broadway revival, and some things are long awaited. This was long awaited. It was supposed to open in the spring of 2020, and kept getting delayed, and magically somehow they managed to keep the 2 stars of the project connected to. Well, there wasn't that much else to do for 2 years anyway. They might as well. So Hugh Jackman, big Broadway, every woman in the world loves him. Half the men love him, and Sutton Foster. A Broadway baby, if there ever was one, even though now TV people know her from the series Younger. So they were connected. She's Marion Peru. He is Harold Hill, the professor who comes to town, the comp professor, who comes to town to get the kids music instruction, but really fleece the town of money. Big revival of the Meredith Willson musical. I'll be talking about it. I went to see it on Thursday night. That's what made me so lost on Friday, because, back when I was younger, back in the day, I used to commute from Long Island, and 3 or 4 times a week, I would go in to Manhattan, schlep in, catch a show at starting 7:30, 8 o'clock, get home 11:30, midnight, and then have to get up in the morning, go commute to Manhattan. I mean, it was just like, and now I do it once, I guess because I'm out of the groove and I haven't done it in so long. I do it once for a 7 o'clock curtain on a Thursday night, and I'm just, dead man walking on Friday.
You were tired.
But let me
How
talk.
could you sleep? Tell them the movie you slept through.
Oh my God!
It was
All right.
beautiful, David. I don't know how you did it.
Well, all right. Remind me of that because I want to talk just a well. Joyce knew how tired I was last night when over dinner. We like to watch movies over dinner.
Because we're sending my mom all the stuff for her loss of heat. We're
Yeah.
at Amazon Prime until
we took 30 days of Amazon Prime.
14th.
Yeah, to send my mother-in-law and her husband, my father-in-law, a heater to get them through not having heat for.
And the heating blanket.
Yeah. So in order to do that and not to have to pay, we just let's take a month of Amazon Prime for free. So we're looking for things on Amazon Prime, and we find last night a movie. This exists.
Oh God.
There's a show called Gerri Curling, right?
No, it's Gerri, because the big football lady is called Gerri,
Uh-huh.
and curling.
Curling.
It's
Gerri.
called Gerri Curl, like your Gerri Curl in your hair.
Right. Yes.
Have
Yes.
Gerri Curl, and you could get Gerri Curl.
Gerri Curling. It's a fiction.
Curl,
the movie is called Gerri Curl.
Yeah, Gerri Curl.
The movie is called Gerri Curl. GERRI or Y.
They could not afford the IMG.
They couldn't finish the title sequence. No. Is it bad? And I thought, this is so good. It's going to be a movie.
My parents' heating pad left Kansas. It's in Secaucus, New Jersey.
Great.
Secaucus.
Yay. So they should get it like tomorrow.
I was trying to look up Gerri Curl because I saved it.
I
think we have to look at it from the beginning again.
Yes.
I can't look up.
If I tell you, because Joyce knows I have a thing, as someone like me would, for curling, the Olympic sport that the United States came forth in at the Winter Olympics. But curling, maybe not the stupidest sport ever invented, but this beautiful thing of just like pushing stones down the ice and then sweeping in front of.
Oh, I think it's called Gerri Curls. I'm sorry.
Gerri Curl. Oh, that makes sense.
Yes. And it stars Mike Grogan.
Oh, what an actor.
Kay Brunson, Renata Brisconti. It's directed by Will Young. I'm going to look it up today.
I don't think the director wants his name associated with the film. Because I thought, and there have been, people have tried to make sports movies, certainly about baseball, absolutely about football, semi-tough and so forth.
It says...
skating.
It says... Okay. The summary says... Gordon, who's Mike Grogan, joins forces with an unlikely ally, K.K. Brunson, to fight his half-sister, Renata, the actress, for the family's inheritance and rightful place among South Florida's curling elite.
South Florida's. That's the funniest line of the...
I think this is the director. After his father's death, a simpleton joins forces with an unlikely ally to fight his half-sister for the family inheritance and rightful place among South Florida's curling elite. With the help of professional footballers' first female player, Gordon must compete against some of the best curlers in the area who dance like what is that show? Chippendales.
But you don't really want to. Anyway, so we find this because Joyce knows I'm all about the curling, but I don't want to pay for Peacock to watch 2-hour-long curling matches because that is like watching ice dry. So. But we find this movie, this fiction comedy movie about a guy, the typical story, the Locks, the Nebbish, the nobody who gets a bunch of losers together and they become winners.
Last year and it's rated R.
And well, yeah, the language is out there.
Even the father, the country singer, they just yell obscenities from half the movie.
And it's what kills the movie, what kills any comedy is the editing, because they will hold on a character like 2 seconds after they say a line, because they're going to assume that the audience is rolling with laughter.
But then they also get those aerial shots from like Miami Vice. You see, like what's that?
It's horribly put together. It's a bad movie, which is why we're going to watch it over and over again. It's called Gerri Curls. It's on Amazon Prime. Thank God it's only 75 minutes long. And I fell asleep. Somehow I fell asleep in the last third of this, just as they're going through the important match. And it's like, what?
Somebody gave this. Okay.
Somebody gave it a great review.
It got 3.75 stars out of 77 people.
What are they saying about this movie?
I don't know.
This makes me even more so than like trolling the comments on Fox News stories, or that makes me worried for humanity. This.
Oh, it's not even okay. It's so good that it's not rated on Rotten Tomatoes yet.
Oh, Lordy!
On IMDb, I don't know how they scored this.
On a scale of -5.
It's got a 7 out of 10, but I can't read.
How does this movie get 7 out of 10?
Oh, let's see. Oh boy.
What do they say? Please tell me. Please tell me what they're saying about Gerri Curls.
I'm not a member. I get the ratings, but they're not good.
No, are they? But nobody wrote anything. You just get the stars.
The normal curve is like the tails on the middle.
Yeah.
This is like more people liked it or hated it, and nobody's in the middle.
You can't be in the middle about this film.
Yeah.
This film is not going to leave you. You're either.
You're gonna have a reaction.
That's like the old Brother Theodore.
Just like those who have a latex allergy and put on gloves, or what, you're gonna have a reaction
to this movie. Exactly. As Brother Theodore used to say, I'm a very polarizing entertainer. People either hate me or they despise me.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yes.
But I don't hate the film.
You should ask Iris is watching. Maybe she could do some review about it.
About Gerri Curls.
To improve curling attendance in the Olympics and such. I think she might be able to revive the sport.
Really?
Yeah, by doing some witty commentary or something.
No, we need our credit. We need David Sheward to write about it for his blog.
Yes.
We need Leslie and Charlie to talk about it on their show.
A musical about curling or a play.
I know.
And
they're twirling, curling, hurling,
yeah.
Yussi Bjurling. There's a lot of rhymes you can put to that.
I think it's a lot of possibilities.
So whatever you do, do watch the movie Gerri Curls on I'm just telling you, the point is that when some of the lines are funny because they're so ridiculously obscene,
Let's see if I can.
but they're not so funny that you hold on the character for like 3 extra seconds before cutting to the next one, throwing in completely random establishing shots that don't establish anything. You have to see it to realize how bad. And the lead actor, he's physically perfect because he's about 300 pounds. I'm not kidding. And he's just a total locks. There's a total kind of like D's Dem. It reminds me of Peter Griffin in terms of being a real, believable working class nobody. But the man is not an actor. Most of the people in this film are either not actors or actors who have been told to over emote or just kind of look lost at the camera.
Maybe they're not told that.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
You didn't see some of the best parts with the first female NFL player at the strip club. You missed that one.
Did I miss that?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Good. I think I'm glad
and
I
then
missed.
The girls took her home and stole her stuff. And
No, I saw that. I saw that part. I was awake for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I will say, David, I've never seen anything put you to sleep so quickly. It was like you had apnea. You were looking at it, you were like instantly you went out.
But it's so bad, it's good. I should have stayed awake.
Maybe like people being offensive and cursing and rude to each other, that knocked you out.
You know, because that's so me in my head all the time.
Oh.
I'm always cursing and offensive. So that tells you how tired I was after coming back from going. I'm getting back to the rest of the story here of going to the theater, and I want to talk about a little bit about the whole mask thing. It's just there was an article in the New York Post a day or two ago about a guy saying he had these very generous friends who came in, I guess from out of town or so. Or he was coming from out of town. When he wrote this piece for the Post about getting to see Harry Potter and the Cursed Child on Broadway. Now, Harry Potter, that was running for about a year or two before the pandemic. They closed it and they realized if we got to do something if we reopen it, we're not going to get people to come to 3 hours part one, 3.5 hours part two. So they rejiggered it. They put it all into one long show, which I'm hoping to see. I'm because I saw both parts and I was just like, this doesn't need to be 2 parts, but it's really well done. So they say, hey, we'll get you dinner, we'll take you around, we'll get you drinks at the bar of the theater on Broadway, and you'll get to see it. And then he spends the whole article commenting on just what a miserable time he had. Not so much because of the show, which obviously he didn't love, but he would have enjoyed had it not been for just the ordeal. This is white people problems.
How was getting through all the screening for you, baby?
Well, I'm saying I'll say his, and then I'll talk about my just like the masked Nazis, right? The masked Nazis of Broadway.
I wish we could have them. I wish we could have them in this house. I wish we could have them everywhere.
Well, so, but he's saying it's like what would happen was, if they all had masks, they were wearing masks, and if the mask would come down beyond like this part of someone's nose, there'd be a masked Nazi like, pull your mask up, pull your mask up. And this is the only part that made me mad because I'm very pro masking on Broadway. I mean, you're getting 1,200 people in a small-ish building, comparatively small, sitting next to each other, going to, when intermission comes, heading towards the bathroom in not a lot of space, leaving, entering, exiting the theater in not a lot of space. Keep the masks on. What's the big deal? Just it's annoying. We've been wearing them for 2 years. You can wear them for 2.5 hours in a theater. Just do it, right? And they're okay with that. They get that. But they're selling, you can still get drinks and snacks in the theater.
That's how we think our friend got her on a plane, because she took off her mask on the plane.
Right. So, they're in the back, because the theaters need to make money. The producers need to make money. So there's concessions. And they'll charge $20 for a glass of wine.
I would do? I would make to-go packs of like dinner and send it at the end, like these like salads and stuff for people to take home.
No one would do that. No. People really want to drink. They want to sit there and have
you put a tent. You close Broadway. You close the street. You put tents for the theater, and people can eat and drink outside.
There's no room on those streets.
But you work it out.
But the issue is, and the one part where I feel for him in that sense was they come back to their seats with these drinks, right? Drinks that they purchased in the theater from the theater concession. So they're handing you something that you cannot have with a mask on. But you're supposed to sip and then pull your mask right up.
Get a straw and suck it
under the. Oh, I never thought of that.
That's what I would do.
Well, then they should provide straws or something.
They should provide straws. Half the people listen. When I used to go with the critics, and many times I'd see many people drinking and sleeping in the theater, so they need a sippy cup for their wine because they're sloshed. So it can't hurt. They won't spill it on themselves.
Yeah, maybe.
Sippy cup is a good idea.
I'm saying that there's a hypocrisy level there of if you don't want people to pull their masks down at all during the show or before the show starts or an intermission, then don't be giving them things that require the pulling down of a mask. Because they would say, look, I took a sip and I didn't pull my mask up fast enough, right? I did this, I didn't do that. So, I felt for them. I'm like, if you're going to enforce the mask to that level, then don't serve drinks. Don't serve food, right? Or if you're going to serve food, understand that while people are drinking, they're going to have a sip. They shouldn't have to pull up, all the way, and then 10 seconds later down, and then, it's don't think one way and behave the other. So that was the only part of his.
Make some kind of song or something
Well,
to encourage people how to do things.
The rest of his thing, because then they felt all consternated because they had come to them once to say, hey, mask above the nose again, and then come back to them and say, oh, you can pull your, pull your mask. And then they had somebody from the theater literally standing on the aisle watching them, directly watching them while they're watching the show to make sure that they had their mask. It's like having guards in a prison look at you when you're trying to enjoy Johnny Cash playing. It's like, we're watching to see you mask up, and they couldn't concentrate on the show. They couldn't enjoy themselves. They were happy to get the hell out of there, essentially. And I sort of, again, they're right and they're wrong, right? So when I went to the theater on Thursday night to see The Music Man at the Winter Garden Theater, The first thing is you're prepared. They tell you that you're going to Broadway. You have to have your ID, and you have to have your vax certificate. You have to prove that you're vaccinated. I don't think you have to prove that you're boosted, although they certainly want you to be. But gotta show that. So and you have to have it ready. And of course the line for Music Man, because it's one of the hot shows on Broadway, is just going around all the way around and down the block. So you're out there, I've got my knapsack on. I'm also worried it's going to start to rain.
It's like you're getting your vaccine. It's like, for me, it's like getting screened at the airport. I get so nervous.
Yeah, well, it's true because, first of all, it's cold. I mean, no, it was actually it wasn't that cold. But I thank goodness it wasn't raining already because then you have to have an umbrella. Yeah. You also have to go find this piece of paper. I mean, I made a Xerox copy of it, but for people who are holding the original, right? So you're holding out there in your hand plus your ID, and it's got to be out there as you're snaking up slowly in the line, right? And then fine, you get to a person, they check, they look, that's great. And like the second, as you're trying to put the ID back in your wallet or your purse, put this back and tuck your ID. Not to bring your purse. I left my purse in my knapsack, so that was helpful. Within like 2 seconds as you're trying to do this, you're also being hustled forward for your bag check. It's like being at the airport. Because now, literally, you don't have time even to put your stuff back in your pocket.
Oh, no.
Before there's like, okay, hand me your bag.
Oh, no.
I was like, give me a fucking minute.
It's like the airport. The one time the lady at the airport, I've been handed someone's rescue animal that was 3-legged. I held it. I've held someone's baby, and I've helped someone's nana get across the screening, and I've helped someone who spoke Spanish. They were going back to DR, get through JFK. It's like I feel like the screening is like Ellis Island. You just hope to God you make it through, and you help each other. It's sad,
Yeah. So I mean, and it's an annoyance, and it's an understandable annoyance. Since 9/11, 20 years ago. But yeah, they need to check your. And this guy was like, I need all the zippers open, like the front zipper. And I'm like, Jesus. And I'm still, remember, I've got my knapsack.
Your pants?
Well, no, they didn't wand me.
I don't like that. That's not good.
But meanwhile, and also there's this narrow area where they're all trying to do this, and you've got one line going into the theater, and then they're pulling over people to be bag screened. So by the time you get through that, it's such a nerve-wracking, not nerve-wracking, but it's such an anxiety-producing, uncomfortable, because, it's winter. You got your coat on, you got handing this guy your bag, putting this back in your pocket. It's a great time to lose something. It's a great time to get all sort of, and you're also holding your theater ticket. That's the thing. You're still trying to not lose the thing that's going to get you ultimately into the show that you've forgotten about.
And also the people, like, not that you're a critic, so you get like gratis, but people are paying a ton of money for this too.
Yes.
I mean, so like you're paying over $100 to get in there. You want to get to see the full experience.
Right? Like the Harry Potter guy, he said his friends bought him a ticket, but he knew that the face value of those tickets was between $150 and like $200. Yes. That's what Broadway is. The show I was seeing.
You could go on an airplane cheaper.
Yeah, yes, you could. Yeah. Yes, you could. If you wanted to see that word that you. If that show that dare not speak its name for you for no particular reason.
Oh, God.
Before the pandemic, tickets were $300-400. Now at least you can get a lousy seat for somewhere between $150 and $200 if you pick your night and so forth. Until things really pick back up again, when tickets will be $250 to $4. So you're paying for the privilege of being, I wouldn't say abused, but of being like jostled and yelled at and hectored and moved and pushed. It's like, Jesus Christ. You wonder, why people want to stay home and watch Netflix instead. It was the first thing that Jed Bernstein, not the most pleasant of men, but this guy named Jed Bernstein, who was running the League of American Theaters and Producers a decade or two back, when they were still called the League of American Theaters and Producers and not just the Theater League. His first thing, and I agreed with this, is like when people come into the theater and they see these ushers, and the ushers are dressed in basically like black gowns with doilies around their necks, And they make what the, why am I being seated like Granny from 1843? Let's put them in nice nice dresses and the men in suits and ties and make you feel like, aha, I'm coming into a nice, great, fun, modern establishment. What the hell? It's like I'm walking into 1723. And he never, because I guess of the ushers union or something, he was never really able to fix that. He was the head of the league, and it never changed. I think sometimes individual productions can change that. So when you have maybe the Harry Potter show, they're wearing Potter-related gear, and they get special permission to do that.
Yeah.
But generally, yeah, it's rather interesting. Anywho, I haven't even gotten to the Music Man yet, which I'll talk about on our Inside Broadway segment on Dave's Gone By. Also, we've got our Colorado Limerick of the Damned coming up, where we go to Model, Colorado. We'll have Rabbi Sol Solomon sharing some classic Jewish love poetry. Oh God. Yeah, in his Rabbinical reflection, that is coming up. Plus, we'll have our Today, Yesterday trivia quiz with Leslie Blake, Leslie Hoban Blake, Vicki Quade, and David Sheward playing our trivia game. All that is to come in the next 2 hours or so of this program. Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Oh my God, so much to do. But before we get to all of that, I know you've been waiting. This is also irksome to me when I get messages and things on Facebook saying, what time is Judy Collins on? Like, we know we have Judy Collins on today. What time is Judy Collins on? And I'm like, why don't you just watch the show? She's going to be on. We promised her. It's not a cancellation. She's going to be with us, right? So I'm going to tell you when not to watch my show, because you don't want to hear me blather, or you don't want to see this segment or that segment. Just tune in, right? And if she's not on and you have to leave, poor you. That made me mad when I got like a couple of angry texts from someone where someone they knew was going to be on the show, or they were a fan of somebody on the program. And I was watching for like an hour, and the person wasn't on. I'm like, it's a 3-hour show. You can watch the archive anytime at davesgoneby.com. You can tune in then and skip right to it. Go ahead. But nobody asks, if Paul McCartney's going to be on Howard Stern. He's going to be on the 6 o'clock hour, the 9 o'clock.
David, you have to appreciate people.
Yeah.
Can I tell you this? This is a thing. What people tell you does not reflect anything about you. It reflects everything about them.
Well, because a lot of people tell me I'm an asshole and I smell. So maybe.
Nobody tells you.
Nah,
but when people are impatient and they want to see, it tells you about them. They have issues with maybe waiting for things. They might have issues. They might have communication issues. It's them. It's not you. Whatever somebody says to you is not you. It's them. So when they open their mouth and they start talking, they're revealing who they are about themselves. There's nothing to do with you.
Okay, I like that.
It's nothing to do with your show or anything. It means it's them, not you.
Well, thank you. I mean, I know it's a good feeling, because it bothers me sometimes. It's not like an episode or a thing of Ellen where she's having a special guest. They're going to be on after she does her monologue, or it's an hour-long show somewhere in the 20 to 30-minute mark. There's the guest. With me, it's like I do my thing, and then the guest comes on. Well, guess what? If you've been patiently waiting through the first hour of Dave's Gone By, with me blathering about masks and curling, thump, 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 curling, and about our beloved Rabbi Ovadia's podcast and whatever else I started the show with, and heaters and all these sorts of things, you are now going to be rewarded, because Rabbi Sol Solomon has entered the Daverhood. Let me get this going. I'm going to do this. I'm going to disappear. There, you can see me in your little upper corner here. Go. Yes, because I'm getting ready. We are.
If I was observing you as a trainer, I'd give you points off of this. I don't want to see these screens.
Well, yeah, because I got to load this up. I've got to bring up.
You should only share it after it's open.
Oh, is that how it works? Okay,
yes,
that makes sense.
Open up the thing and then you share a screen.
But I can't see it until. No, you're right. All right. So here we go.
24/7.
Ladies and gentlemen, the two faces that you see there, on my right, I'm not sure if it's reversed.
Expand the screen.
Yeah. On my right side is the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Saul Solomon. He's the founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. You'll see him later doing his rabbinical reflection. On the left is legendary singer, and now even more so of a songwriter, Judy Collins. Rabbi Saul talking to Judy Collins. It's happening, and it's happening right now on Dave's Gone By.
Oh, shalom, my friends. Look at me. I am spellbound. Do you know why? Because my guest in the Daverhood on this episode of the Dave's Gone By, Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the Stream, I am talking to a musical legend, literally, in the folk world, in the pop world. Of course you know the face that we're looking at. It is literally Judy Blue Eyes with us here in the studio. She has a new album out called Spellbound. It is the first record she has ever done that is all completely her own song, so we're going to talk about that. But oh my gosh, it's Judy Collins. There's nothing else to say. Although if you happen to be in New Jersey on March 18th, you can go see her at the Scottish Rite Auditorium, but that's a month from now. Let us talk to and delight with Judy Collins. Shalom, Judy. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm wonderful and glad to be with you.
Glad to be with you too. Glad you look wonderful. I'm glad you are wonderful. How's COVID been for you?
Well, it's been a lot of things. I think it's a lot of things to different people. First of all, the planet got a rest, which it needed desperately. And I got a rest, which I needed desperately, in spite of the losses, and we have had many. And there's nothing amusing about that, although I think it's always time to assess what's going on and wonder why and how it's happening. I guess we know how and why it's happening, but a lot of people were reasonably upset for the lack of activity during that time. I was, on the other hand, fairly comfortable with that because, after all, I have been doing about 120 shows a year for a long time, and I really could not get off the racetrack to get a rest. And so I got arrested. I don't mean I was in jail, but I was not able to tour in the way that I had. In fact, in those 14 months, I did 2 viral shows, virtual concerts. One
Viral's probably not the word you want to use.
Viral's kind of you want it. And by the way, there are so many viruses in the world, and they have a job on the planet. They have many jobs, and they're actually carefully designed to do what they do. Some are very good, some are very bad. We just ran into a bad one.
I mean, for all we know, and this is not, I'm not making joke. I am making a joke, but for all we know, the Chinese were trying to cure cancer, and somehow this got out of that. So
yeah,
we really don't know. Yeah,
very possible. You never know. But viruses have been around always on the planet, apparently. And so here we are, and there I was, not able to travel and not able to go out of the house. And although I walked a lot. I walked in the park a lot.
And you've been fine. You didn't get COVID. Your husband has been fine. Neither of you got it.
We're so lucky. We got vaccinated right away. I believe in the science. I mean, I'm a girl that one of the first things that my father took me to, which was a public fundraiser, was a fundraiser in 1947 for the Salk vaccine. I was the people who ran that. My father was entertaining, and I think my mother was not around for some reason, and he brought me with him. And they thought it was very cute to put me in the iron lung to demonstrate how it worked. It was really horrifying to my mother when I got home, and she said, "What?" But then when I got polio 2 years later, she always blamed the trip to the fundraiser and the trip into the iron lung. But I was lucky. I spent 2 months in the hospital only. But I'm a girl who was raised on, you take the shots. You take the shot for shingles. You take the shot for your flu shot every year. You take the thing that keeps you from getting pneumonia. Why wouldn't I? So of course I took the shots.
I mean, I take a syphilis shot weekly, and I don't even have syphilis.
Why not?
Keep me from getting it, I think. I'm just hoping. But since we're talking about the COVID thing and vaccinations and stuff, it is, of course, in the news that your colleague and old friend, Joni Mitchell, has joined with Neil Young and some other artists pulling their music off Spotify. I have a problem with this. Where do you stand? Obviously, you're pro-vax, but where do you stand on the Joe Rogan thing of somebody saying something that's kind of stupid, but should he be allowed to say it on that platform?
Oh, of course he should be. He should be gone from Spotify.
Oh.
And all of us who feel that way feel that we should get out too. I joined my buddies. I called Stephen the other day and said, I'm on board with you. We do have some complications. First of all, this deal is not made with the artist. The artist is not the one who's paid. The record label makes the arrangement with Spotify. And so it therefore creates a conundrum, which we're just going through. We will announce and have announced that I'm part of the gang, of course, but that the wording is that we have a responsibility to the people who distribute our records to make sure they're on board with this.
But then the question becomes, as a person...
Because otherwise there's a controversy that has to do with the business and what they've said, what their arrangement is with Spotify, how it would be breaking into a precedent that's already set. So it's not an easy just do it, and everybody knows that. And the wording on CSNN makes that clear.
Well, I'm even going beyond that to say, let's make believe that you had your own deal with Spotify. It had nothing to do with a record label. But you could decide whether or not. Is it unfair to ask this platform to delete a person who is giving an opinion, albeit a stupid, maybe dangerous opinion?
Absolutely, it's fine. I think this whole business about freedom of action, all these people who are running around destroying the health machine in the United States, they don't get vaxxed, then they get sick, then they go to the hospital, then they break it apart, then they say there's the power to resist. Bullshit, frankly. We know that there are things to do that are healthy and there are things that do that are not. He has been paid millions of dollars by Spotify, by the way. That contract was not with his record company. That was with Rogan. Maybe it was with his distribution company, but it was him that signed off on it. We personally and professionally are not getting paid directly by Spotify. I think it's very interesting that this happened at the same time that there is right now in this country a bill that's been put together by Congressman Cohen, which is dealing with an 82-year criminal tragedy that's happened to performers in the music business. I am a performer. I'm a singer. I'm a songwriter. But the songs that I have sung on the radio, on terrestrial radio, quotes unquote, for nearly now going on 65 years, I don't get paid for them. Nobody does. Nobody who was a performer, including Frank Sinatra, God bless him, none of us get paid a royalty. By the way, we're the only country in the world that doesn't have a performer rights bill. So from 1939, when I was born, when that bill passed, I have never been paid a cent on terrestrial radio. Now there's a different deal for internet radio, which they try to cheat us too. Sirius XM tried to get away with murder with us, and they said, okay, we're not going to pay you for songs recorded before 72. Well, a lot of my records were made that were big hits before 72. So right now, that bill is in Congress of Congressman, I'll think of his name in a minute. I'll call you in the middle of the night and tell you. And so I think it's very interesting that these two things have come up, that we're not being paid. That's why I have to stay on the road my whole life, because I did not ever make royalties on all the songs that I sang. By the way, because we're the only country in the world that does not have a performer right bill, when we have hits, any of us, when we go to one of the other countries, we don't get paid there either because we don't have reciprocal. So if let's say that Elton John sings not his own songs, but somebody, by the way, even if he sings his own songs, he doesn't get the performance royalty. He gets the writer's royalty through his publisher, but he does not get the performance royalty. Everywhere else in the world, they're making their percentage. You know, they're
one of the reasons your new album is that, you know what, I'm going to write each and every one of them, and if it becomes a hit, it's all right, I get money, at least I'm the author.
Well, I believe me, I didn't think of it that way, but you're right. That's right. And the songs that I have copyrights on, for instance, I copyrighted Amazing Grace when it was sung, when it was played many years ago, when I recorded it in 1969. I recorded that version, and actually I did make royalties when the Scots Pipers recorded it. They used my version, but I never was paid on the singing. How about that? That's what I make my living on, is the voice, and I've never been paid for the singing.
Pete Seeger used to have these terrible fights with God because they'd argue over turn. And then people said, I made it famous, I put it out there, and God, I wrote it, you know. I got 70%.
That's right. That's right.
Let's talk though about your new album. I'm sure you want to talk about your new album. It's called
I do. I do.
It's from Cleopatra. I was going to say Wildwood, but no, it's Cleopatra Records. Is this your label, or is it a new label? Where's I haven't heard of this.
It's me. It's my label, which is Wildflower Records, but it's distributed by Cleopatra Records. He's my banker. He's my distributor, and he's been very helpful all along.
So tell us about this. It's very personal. It's kind of nostalgic. You have a couple of songs about Colorado, of course. So the genesis of the album was being stuck in a pandemic and having time to write. But what about the themes and thoughts of the album?
I had been, as I've told you, as people know, I started writing songs in 1967. My first song was Since You've Asked, and since then I've been writing songs. But I just became, in 2016, I had 4 or 5 records in a row that were very interesting, because one was a duets album with a lot of guys. I sang songs with Willie Nelson and with Jackson Brown, and a number of other singers, and also with Ari Hest, who I've become friendly with, and I tour with him sometimes. And then we wrote an album together called Silver Skies Blue. I did an album called Winter Stories, which was with a collaboration with the Chatham County Line. That gave me my first #1 Billboard slot, by the way, after all these years. Lots of other numbers, some of them very good, but that was my first #1 Billboard hit. So all through those years from 2016, because I had gotten used to writing with Ari and touring with him and singing sometimes with him, and he is singing on this album. A lot of these songs he's singing harmony on, and one of them he added a co-write to the song called Hell on Wheels. And so I started giving myself a discipline of writing every day, writing poetry every day. And I did that for a full year. So I had 365 poems, at the end of which, and a number of those would come out of that practice and become songs. At the end, on the day 365, I wrote a song called Dreamers, which I recorded a couple of years ago, which is about immigration. I didn't put it on this album because I felt that I wanted to focus not on something which was not about me. The song Dreamers is very much about the immigration community, and the voice of the singer is a young girl whose mother is worried that her daughters can have to leave the country because of the lack of a DACA protection of children who are the children of immigrants. So because I was writing all these poems and turning them into songs, I had really pretty much was able to start recording in 2019 before the pandemic hit. and I started recording, and I had 5 or 6 songs on that. So that gave me a leg up to do more and to finish the rest and get them done. I think we did 2 sessions, one session during the pandemic in the summer, and then we came back in 21. As soon as we opened up, we had 2 more sessions, and so we were able to finish. But the question about what was it that was on my mind in all of these songs, it was what was on my mind. I mean, poetry is a great vehicle to find your way to a song, although poetry and lyric are very different. They're 2 different things, and they should not be housed under the same heading. But we'll go into that rather esoteric discussion another time.
Hey, they gave Bob Dylan a Nobel, and people have been saying, well, you know,
They could have given him a special award. They needn't have interrupted and disavowed all the other poets who were up for that award. I think it was, frankly, it was a mistake, because I love Bob. I'm devoted to him. I've recorded many of his songs, but they are not poems. I'm sorry. So there you go. That's why I always get into trouble.
I see this. Boy, oh boy, so anti-Joe Rogan, issue with Bob Dylan, fighting with publishers about music. Well, this is going to be fun. I will say, if folks, if you're looking for even another reason to buy Spellbound, the new Judy Collins album, her co-writer on some things and helper Ari Hest, his mom is a cantor. So many good reasons to get this record also.
She's a cantor with a gorgeous, gorgeous voice. And he is one of the best singers. You know, I've never found anybody before, and I've been doing this for a long, long time, but I have never worked with someone. I met him in 2013. We traveled together, then we started singing together, and then I found, as we started to perform together, I realized that this is a voice that combines with me in a way that I've never had that happen before.
Wow.
Yeah.
As you say, you sung with Willie Nelson, you sung with all these other people.
They're wonderful, and that's fabulous. You know, I love singing with Michael McDonald. I love singing with the people that are on that album, but it's not something, in all cases it was a wonderful experience, but there's something very different and unique and unusual about his voice and mine. And also that we could write songs together, and that he could put a harmony on songs that I'd written and make them feel as though there was some new element that made them go some other place.
By the way, speaking of going some other place, this is a completely random question that I would not have thought of until 30 seconds ago. And forgive me, but do you have a tattoo on your hand? I do. What, where, why, how? How did, when?
A couple of years ago, I got a call from a friend of mine who's a composer. And he said, do you know who Anthony Bourdain is? I said, of course. He said, well, you know that he killed himself a few weeks ago. I said, I understand that. I was blown away when I found out. He said his mother wants to make contact with you. She does not know anybody else who has lost a son to suicide. And so Gladys Bourdain, Anthony Bourdain's mother, and I became friends. I am very sad to say that she died. She died in 2019, just before the lockdown. But she and I would go out to lunch. We'd go and have caviar together. We'd talk on the phone. We'd, share. Not always about our kids, but very much about life. She was an interesting woman. She was an editor at the New York Times for 25 years. And she was married to a guy who, I forget his first name, but he was an agent at Columbia, and he was an agent for all the big classical artists. So she spent time hanging out with Pavarotti and Horowitz and so forth. So she and I just had a fabulous time together, short but sweet. And one day she called me up and she said, do you want to go? She said, I'm going down to Tony's tattoo artist. His name is Chris Garber, and he's down on the street that the public theater's on. I forget the name of it.
Lafayette.
She said, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to have a tattoo of Tony's name on my wrist. Would you like to come? And so we went down. Actually, she was late picking me up that day. So Chris didn't have time for both of us. But I said to Chris, I'll be back. And so I sat there with her while she got Tony's tattoo name on her wrist. And then I came back a few days later with my husband. And I said, do you think you could do my son's name? I'll have to take my watch off so I can show you that.
Because it looked like the design, rather. I couldn't really tell it was, a name on your.
And then, so on this side of my wrist is my son's name, Clark.
I didn't see that. Okay.
And then on this side, I said, could you do a bird on my wrist? Having no idea how much that would hurt.
Yeah.
Because there's a sign up there on the wall that says, no whining.
You're obviously not Jewish. Okay, fine. Yeah, wow.
Oh, yes, no kvelling, no kvetching.
No, fetching. Kvelling you can do. Fetching is, but
And
it's
so
a big word. I see now.
that's my bird. And he drew it freehand. And he put it on a little transferable piece of paper. And then he put it on and then he did it.
Does that bird have meaning to you in relation to your son?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The swallows will return to Capistrano. My son was, and then, of course, I wrote a book about suicide after his death because I really wanted to get down all the things that I know about suicide. I was an attempter at 14. I tried to kill myself at 14. Why? Why do people do that? So, the good news is, and I know this because he made a tape of his death while he was in the car dying of carbon monoxide. But everybody, even I, at 14, everybody changes their mind. They're not always, spiritually, that can give you a lift.
Yeah.
Because somehow, somewhere, something turns over in the mind and says, oh, wait a minute, that wasn't such a great idea.
Right. Well, yeah, if you can just get that across to people that today you feel this way, next week.
That's right. Yeah. That's why they say, please try to live past midnight. They call us attempters. They call us the children of Noah. Isn't that interesting? Because, of course,
I should know the Bible, but yeah.
Yeah, it's in the Bible, honey.
Yeah.
He was
Been a while since I've read it.
Well, that can always change. Tomorrow is another day.
It is indeed. But
Noah was in the mouth of the whale.
I mean Jonah.
Jonah, I'm sorry. Children of Jonah. Also Noah.
Yeah. But here's the
had the ark. And Jonah was in the whale. So
right.
I was.
And Job was the one who should have committed suicide because they But too many names in the Bible. But let me ask you though, this is I hope a happier question. So when you go and you write the album that you're having and write these songs and do them, a lot of them are nostalgic, a lot of them are like remembering an old boyfriend, an old guy who loved you or you loved it. How does your husband feel? You're writing all these you're writing songs about him? You've been with him since 1978. Does he go like, you could, a ditty, a 46.
Oh, I've written about him.
Okay.
In fact, I wrote a wedding song that I sang at our wedding. What is it called? Well, it's wedding song for Lewis, but it's really, I recorded it on one of my albums. The night before our wedding, I dreamed of falling stars. That's how it starts. Anyway, I've written about almost everything I can think of, and that's how it went into this album. That a lot of the things that were on for instance, I've written a song about Thomas Merton, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
I read Thomas Merton's book, The 7-Story Mountain, in my 20s, and I was just hooked by it. It's a great biography. It's one, in my experience, as far as biographies go, I think two of the greatest stories about spiritual transformation are the autobiography of a yogi, Yogananda's story, which is absolutely fabulous, and Thomas Merton's story in 77 Story Mountain. He started writing when he got to Gethsemane, the monastery in which he spent most of his adult life after he had made his conversion and gone to school to be a priest or a monk and so on. So I read him and I liked him. And now today, and throughout the pandemic, I was reading a book of his meditations. And he was always very open about what he was doing, who came to see me. Yesterday, the Berrigan brothers came by to see me to talk about going to Washington and LBJ and the war and so forth. So he always interspersed his meditations and his chores around the monastery, chopping wood, carrying water. He always interspersed that with very personal things. And so during the pandemic, while I was reading him in the morning, I thought, I wonder what people are thinking about Thomas Merton right now. Does anybody read him? And surely, believe me, they do. He was supposedly died in 1968. I knew that it was in Thailand, apparently, and that he was electrocuted when he stepped on a live wire after stepping out of a bath. That's what I was told. That's the old story. And so he in his life he wrote 70 books. The 7-Story Mountain sold millions of copies. His monastery, Gethsemane, has all the royalties for those books. They went straight into his, to pay for his food and shelter and clothing. In 68, the Dalai Lama, he was very interested, Merton, he was very interested in the Eastern meditations. He was interested in Zen. He was interested in Yogananda. He was interested in all of the Eastern meditators. And so the Dalai Lama invited him in 1968 to come to Thailand and to be part of a conference, which was an inter-religious conference. And he went. And when I went to Google, my friendly Google, and I found out what was going on with Thomas Merton, it turned out that there was a new book published in 2015 called The Martyrdom of Thomas Merton. I read a little farther. One of the things that I had known and didn't know I knew, don't you think there's a lot in our world that we didn't know we knew until we find it, and now we know it.
For me, it's arithmetic, but there you go. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. And what I didn't know was the church had said after Merton's death, they had said, well, he'll never be sainted because he opposed the war in Vietnam. Now that makes him my best buddy, next to you and all my other friends.
Well, thank you so much.
And now when I read that there's this book called The Martyrdom of Thomas Merton, I immediately got it. And I found out that they had discovered, and I won't spoil the ending because I put this in the song, which is called Thomas Merton, that they discovered that the reason for his death had been hidden all these years.
So,
There was no autopsy done.
Yeah.
The guy who discovered the body disappeared. Nobody ever found him again. And
because several people at Con Edison were fired, for leaving that wire out like that.
and the fact was that it was not that he was electrocuted. He was murdered. They discovered bullet holes in photographs of his skull. And nothing was done to report his death as a mysterious death. But remember that in Thailand in 1968, we were still bombing the hell out of, we were sending all of our planes to, we were using all of the runways in Thailand to go off and bomb Vietnam and Laos, Cambodia.
And that was all the monks and priests were burning, immolating themselves.
That's right. And Thailand was crawling with CIA. Crawling with CIA. Now, you have to understand that he really was a fighter for peace. As much as any of the other heroes that we celebrate, many of whom were killed in those years.
Yeah, I mean, it's been that. I was just thinking about that this week. It's so weird that when you get Martin Luther King and you get Gandhi and Sadat and Shamir and just all these really outspoken peace people are murdered.
That's right.
That's why I really don't talk about peace too much.
And he fit right in.
Yeah, that's
he was a danger
to
the Christian community. He was, I mean, who was going off? Young Christian men. And women, of course, eventually, but somebody wanted him stopped, and he got stopped.
Wow. Well, I hope nobody stops you ever speaking to Judy Collins. I don't know how much time you have with it. We're hitting up on that half an hour, but you have a minute.
Oh, yeah, we are.
This is terrible. If I can ask one more question.
Ask me another question. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, first of all, just for a laugh, because we've been talking so much death and sorrow, tell me, please, the line about smoking that you heard from a doctor.
Oh, yes, a doctor. Oh, yes, okay. This is important because everybody had problems during the COVID, of they ate too much, they drank too much, or they didn't, or they couldn't lose weight. So I had a friend who couldn't stop smoking. So I said, why don't you call my doctor, Dr. Brun, and he'll help you out. So he went over to see my doctor, and Brun said, well, do you know what happens when you take a cigarette into your body? And my friend said, no, I don't. I just do it. And he said, well, God takes an hour of your life and he gives it to Keith Richards.
I love that. I think it's just so wonderful. And so great. Oh, my goodness. And you are so wonderful and so great. We've been talking with Judy Collins, ladies and gentlemen. Please, everybody, get yourself a copy of Spellbound. It's out February 25th on Cleopatra Records. She wrote all the songs. Plus, she is touring. I don't know when you're coming back to the East Coast. I know you're in New Jersey, God help us, on March 18th. But mostly you're doing other places on the map. Estes Park in Colorado later in March, which is lovely. What are you working on? Like anything else? A children's book? Anything new?
Well, I'm trying to write another book about me and my life, and that's coming along. So who knows when it'll come out?
Now wait. What didn't you write already? What's new to putting a book? Is it literally about the last 10, 15 years, or just again going backward?
I'm putting a combination of song lyrics, my song lyrics, and my poetry, which I've been writing for years, and memories. The memory starts in, let's say I take my experiences with Dick Farinian, for instance, Dick and Mimi Baez Farinian, and I write a couple, 3 pages about what happened when I met them, and when he was married to Carolyn Hester, and we met in the rain in someplace, and we went to Martha's Vineyard, and we had a wonderful time. We were in a boat. There was only one other person on the boat. We managed to run into the other boat, even though that was the only other boat in the lake. So I knew Richard and Mimi very well. I sang at their wedding and so on. And then when I'm done, then I include a new song, a song of mine, and a new poem of mine. So that's what I'm working on.
That's huge. That sounds absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to see that. I'm already listening to the new album, of course, Spellbound. Right. Judy Collins, I wish I could keep you for so much longer. I know you have to go. I just want to thank you for bringing joy and delight once again to the Daverhood. Continue good health.
Thank you, honey. Thank you.
Shalom.
Shalom. And Shlanta.
Oh, okay. Here we go. I'll snapple Shlanta today.
That's right. I'm part of the Lost Tribes, you know.
Huh? Oh, of Ireland.
Because I'm Irish, yes.
Okay. Well, bless you either way. Thank you.
Bless you. Thank you, dear. Bye.
Shalom to you.
Shalom.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Rabbi Sal Solomon interviewing Judy Collins. I hope you enjoyed. I certainly did. And I don't enjoy a lot that Rabbi Sal does, but certainly this. If you missed it, if you want to share it with people, remember that by the time, well, a few hours after this show is over, you'll be able to watch this whole episode as well as the interview alone at our website, davesgoneby.com, 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 where all our archives reside from the whole tenure of this program going all the way back to 2002. Plus, you can find our archives at archive.org on the Dave's Gone By channel. You can hear our audio archives at castbox.fm, and you can even watch an hour of our program randomly. If you're on Nassau County, you get Altice Cable Tuesday nights from 9:30 until 10:30 in the evening Eastern Time. All different ways to see what we do here in the Daverhood and get great stuff like that and great friends like our friend of the Daverhood, Vicki Quade, coming to us on President's Day weekend with, I don't recognize those two fellas. Are they your family? Unmute. Vicki, I need you to get your mic on. And let's see, is that your dad and your uncle there? Who's oh, no, not hearing you yet. Hold on. No, not yet.
There.
There we go. Welcome, Vicki Quade. Vicki.
Actually, I think I've got you on in the background. I was listening, of course.
Of course, as well you should.
Yeah, so I think you're on here.
Oh, so there might be a feedback thing on or
Yeah, so I need to get off.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hold on.
Well, I'm making sure so you can hear me if I'm feeding back. Oh, and meanwhile,
That I think is good.
Feedback from one of our people also. Do you hear me or because you sound fine, and I'm not hearing blowback on your end. No, not good. What? Talk to me, Vicki. I'm seeing your head shake, but you're not.
All right. How's that?
Yeah, it's fine. It's been fine on our end from.
Yeah, no, on my end, I've been hearing you here and
you. So did you kill that window? Are you good?
I did.
Excellent.
Vicki has the best backgrounds. Look,
She does.
What's President's Day? You know.
I see Lincoln.
Oh, and Washington, and I can put my head there too.
Also, hold on, Leslie, you've got to unmute.
I have to get myself down a little bit. There we go.
There we go.
Oh,
Leslie,
that's
Leslie, unmute.
Trump tried. He didn't get it.
Thank God.
I know.
So let me explain that we have here with us two of the three players of our Today, Yesterday trivia game. We have Vicki Quade from Chicago. She's the co-creator of Late Night Catechism, also the creator of Bible Bingo, which is done in rep with Late Night Catechism at the Greenhouse Theater in Chicago.
Yeah.
Plus, we have Leslie Hoban Blake. I loved your background today, Leslie.
It's my living room. I just moved off my bicycle. I got tired of trying to get on and off that damn bicycle. And I think that I think that it may work better in here for some reason. I'm hoping. I don't think the lighting is as good. I don't think the lighting works as well.
The lighting is
It looks good.
The background is
You
lovely.
can't have everything.
You look gorgeous. The lighting is very
bless
nice.
your heart. Bless your heart. We're both putting our hair behind our ears today, I see.
I do.
So is Dave.
We didn't plan that. Yes, Dave is too, right?
So
Is David not joining us?
he said he would be with us, so I'm wondering.
Oh, okay. You mean he's late? Oh,
He's
I'd love to hold his feet to the fire for that. Wow.
Hold on, I need to get because I printed a piece of paper that I cannot find, so I've got to get this.
I need to get a piece of paper so I can write when we get to the tie. So give me
Grab a
1
paper,
second
because
for that.
David Sheward is also joining us right this second. David is theater critic for theaterlife.com, culturaldaily.com, and he's wearing his Playbill pajamas. Hello, David Sheward. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How was your week, sir?
Beat you. It's here before you.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I need to check outside because I think hell froze over.
I know. Well, it has. Have you looked out the window? I have
How'd
the
you get
river
lost?
and you can see the ice forming on the top of the
Wow.
Hudson River, which is not easy to do.
You were so it's next week is President's Day week, so that's a holiday, which is good.
Yeah.
It's this weekend, a Monday.
Yeah, and
Right.
my partner Gerri had husband Gerri had shoulder replacement surgery
Oh.
on Wednesday. So just as I'm getting better, his shoulder is out of commission.
That's
so now
extremely serious. My son had extensive shoulder surgery and not a replacement, and it was horrible.
and
I'm
but he's
glad he has you to take care of him.
Yeah, so I'm just as I'm getting better, he's that's happening. And
That was elective? Was that elective?
yes, but he had bad arthritis pain in his shoulder. And I have a new goal, and that is to see every Oscar-nominated picture before the Oscars. So because everything's available on streaming, so I don't even have to go out to see most of them.
Well, what has been your favorite so far? Is it a lot of people are saying was it Licorice Pizza is a big one?
That I haven't seen yet.
What haven't you seen yet?
I haven't seen Licorice Pizza yet.
I
That's
saw
not
some negative
streaming.
reviews about that.
I don't think that's streaming, is it?
No, that's why I haven't seen it.
Oh, duh, sorry. Okay.
That's the only one so far.
Well, of the ones you've seen, which has been the most?
Well, there are quite a few that I liked. I enjoyed Belfast very much.
I did too. I really liked Belfast.
And last night, rather the other night, I killed 3 birds with 1 stone by seeing this picture called Flea, which is nominated for Best Animated Feature, Best Documentary, and Best International Film, about a guy who is, when he was a child, he was a refugee from Afghanistan and eventually winds up in Denmark, and it's his life story, and he's gay, and he sort of feels alien and disconnected from his husband because of the trauma that he suffered. So he's telling the story, and it's real, so it's a documentary, and it's animated, so it's a animated
How
nominee.
did animated characters make it out of Afghanistan? I'm sure at the airport it was very difficult because the hands.
Right.
Yeah, there was an Iranian animated film that was.
Yes, I was thinking about that. Pahlavi, I think her name was. Yeah, very interesting. That was about 20 years ago. I don't recall the title. It was based on a book that she wrote, and then they animated the book.
Oh, it
And
may
it
have been
was about-
Persepolis, which was
Persepolis, exactly.
Yes,
That's
yes.
which was a graphic novel.
Did you see Don't Look Up?
Yes. I liked it a lot. I thought it was very funny.
Yeah, I liked it more than I thought I was going to. It's very good.
I loved what's his name playing all 3 of the Trump children rolled into one.
Oh,
Jonah Hill, yeah. And
Right.
oh,
I'm
and
here, Mom. I'm here, Mom.
I did get to see The Music Man finally.
Yes, I want to tumble with you for a couple of minutes. I'll tumble with you because I saw it on Thursday night. It's my first show back since the Lincoln trilogy back in October. So, David, I will let you, as the guest, have the floor before I weigh in on my thoughts on The Music Man.
Oh, well, sorry. I enjoyed it very much. I had a very good time.
on mute just for a second.
Yeah.
My son is.
I enjoyed it very much. I thought it did what it was supposed to do, which was to entertain you. The only problem, I don't get all of the mixed and negative reviews that have been coming out from certain reviewers. And my only problem with it was that I thought that Hugh Jackman didn't get all of the darkness of Harold Hill, or the seediness, or the con man aspect of him. He was just this nice, charismatic guy, and he didn't change. And that's all he was. He didn't change from being this crook who was fleecing these people into, oh, I really love these people and I'm going to stay.
It's interesting. I
didn't catch that. And I was just going to say, Sutton Foster, I thought was brilliant. She just had all these different aspects of the character, and she changed, and the other characters were kind of broad and everything. But overall, I really enjoyed it, and I thought it was not the best thing I've ever seen in my whole life. And I think the reaction to it may be because, this is going to be so wonderful. It's going to be the best thing that ever happened. We've been waiting so long for this. This is just what we need. This is going to cure COVID. and it's gonna just like
You mean it hasn't? I
Just-
thought
just
that's
like
why
Ma-
COVID was going down.
just like
Yes,
Mamma
actually.
Mia was supposed to cure 9/11 and make everything fine and wonderful. And it's not the best thing that ever happened. It was okay. It was enjoyable. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah. No, Dave's gone by. This program cured syphilis. I don't know if you knew that. It was
Oh, really?
But
Yeah.
first it had to start it, then it cured it.
well, yeah, we've been on for a very long time. So we
Well,
began.
Late Night Catechism cured the Crusades, but I
Oh,
don't
good.
want to brag
There
too
you
much.
go.
Ah,
you know.
okay.
So, David, I'm gonna respond. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's a hand. So David Sheward, I do want to respond to you. I go the other way on Harold Hill because I figure, yeah, it's a sleazy guy, but he has to be loved. It's like a Bernie Madoff thing. It all has to be sub rosa because when he's with these people, he's got to be the most lovable, trustable person ever. So it's okay that it's all what he's doing ultimately will fleece them. Because if he seems like ugh, why would they trust him in the first place? But I miss the magic. I think I agree with it's not the best thing ever. There was something a little bit lacking about the whole enterprise. It is enjoyable. And I think he just is missing one level of, and I'm not saying he doesn't have to be Robert Preston, but he's got to be Hugh Jackman at 100%, not Hugh Jackman at 80 when he's doing the songs. I love watching him dance. I love watching his legs. For I don't know if anybody else knows. Women watch all of him. I'm like, but the song about the legs when he moves is pretty great. I agree with you.
It's those diamonds that do it, yeah.
Because legs, that's a little Broadway in joke there. Sutton Foster's great. I think when her scene comes on, the show goes up a notch. When you're first watching it. I'm actually good. My wife is offering me tea. I do think that occasionally she's been coached to do some broad comedy that's not in the character, like when she has to sort of flirt with
Oh, yeah.
the other guy, and suddenly
With the
this
animal
guy would not
salesman.
kiss him like that. It just I didn't buy it. And the sets, people are raving about the sets. I thought the sets were terrible. They were flats that you would see in a community theater production. I was shocked. No,
Well, the point was that I think Santo Loquasto's inspiration was Grant Wood, or Grandma Moses, or sort of folk art.
didn't buy. I would have bought that in the scenes when the town itself was putting on their terpsichorean things. And said, they put this up in for the town for when they're doing their stuff and the kids are playing in the band. But for the actual thing, I never felt like I was in Iowa. I felt like it was really good actors, talented stuff, doing scenes in front of flat backdrops. Leslie, you want to say something?
So, all right. So I haven't seen it.
Oh.
That doesn't mean I don't have opinions,
Of course.
obviously.
You are Jewish.
But
yeah.
I did rewatch the musical last weekend. And I have to tell you, the movie musical blew me away. Now, I remember liking it. I remember loving it. I absolutely loved it. And it uses the Grant Wood thing. I'd totally forgotten that it opens with a piece of the Grant Wood thing in the movie musical. They have that in there too. The things that I had forgotten about how wonderful it was. And I think that, there's something wrong when people walk away whistling Marion instead of Henry Hill.
And 76 trombones.
And 76 trombones. And what I think is very, very interesting is, have all of you seen Showman? The movie about P.T. Barnum.
Oh, no, I did not see it. No.
That's his Harold Hill. That's his Harold Hill. I said Henry Hill. That's the guy from Goodfellas.
Right.
Harold Hill should be at the level that he did P.T. Barnum. And I think he decided, I've already done that, so I'm going to do something else. And I read the reviews, which, I mean, they're not going to color what I think about it one way or the other, but they all, and you said some, David, everybody that I read was down on Hugh Jackman and praising Foster Sutton. Foster Sutton?
Sutton Foster.
Other way around.
Foster, thank you. I knew that was wrong.
Yeah.
Jesus
Sutton
Christ.
Foster.
Yeah.
Sutton Foster, thank you. Mr. Sutton, I don't know. Anyway, my point being that I've seen his Harold Hill.
By watching
And
Showman.
you should go watch Showman. It's on all the time. It's on streaming. You will see what he should have been bringing to to Harold Hill. It's so far over which I think is how it should be done. I fell in love with Robert Preston all over again. God rest his soul. You know. Now,
And
how
then
many other music men have we all seen? That was my question.
Well, no, the Rebecca Luker one was better.
Craig
Really.
And who was that? And who was her Harold Hill?
Craig
Craig
Bierko.
Craig Bierko was good. I think I also saw Sean Hayes. Did I see Sean Hayes do this? Probably not. I guess I was wrong on that.
Promises,
Craig
Promises.
Bierko I thought was good.
Sean Hayes is good casting. That would be interesting.
Very-
Well, it's a little slight for the role. I
don't
was seeing
know.
him as a more robust guy, but that's just
Yeah, Dave.
I did see it in Stratford in 2018, and I don't remember the actor's name who played it. But that was a really brilliant production. It was really good, and the guy who played it was an African American actor, and that was interesting because it sort of highlighted his outsiderness. So it was very interesting.
and they didn't try and you didn't try to hang him, which was also interesting, I'm assuming.
Well,
Now, I want to ask, not to leave her out of the conversation, Vicki, have you ever seen Music Man live as opposed to movie? Have they done it in Chicago and you've seen it touring or local?
I have not seen it in a long time. I think I saw a production a few years ago, but I can't remember who was in it. But no.
Oh.
And I
Well, let's get
am
to the
eager.
quiz.
I am eager to see the Hugh Jackman one because I like him so much, and I agree. I saw him in was it Showman? I saw that
Showman.
not long ago, and he was wonderful in it. And so I was curious why that energy didn't seem to.
He's a consummate
into
pro.
this.
There's no question about it. And he has his
But
moments. But
I had-
overall, yeah, please.
Without when I got the invitation, I thought, well, this is one I won't mind not seeing, was my thought process. Because I thought I was over the Music Man until I saw the movie again. And I thought, oh no, when this is done right, it's absolutely stunning and beautiful and heartwarming and all the things it's supposed to be.
And
Because
also,
the movie is the sine qua non for me of what that musical is. Never having seen the original, everything from the opening and to everything, the changes of tone, Ron Howard, all of it, is just, amazing. And I
Shirley
didn't
Jones-
remember how good the movie was. I'm sorry.
No, I interrupted you. Sorry. I was saying Shirley Jones was pregnant in that movie, and she didn't want anyone to know because she was afraid that she'd get kicked off the film. And so there's a scene where Robert Preston is kissing her, and she tells the story that the baby kicked, and he reared back and said, "What the hell was that?" That's how he found out she was pregnant.
Oh, that's funny. Well,
Was
they
it-
were both wonderful. She and the baby were both wonderful.
it's
Was
so
it
weird.
John- was it John-
This is just one of these weird serendipity things because earlier in the week, not for the show, but for a place that I write for, I was interviewing Kristen Chenoweth. And I had never heard that story about Shirley Jones. And never heard. And then she told it to me like a few days ago because she was on a film set with Shirley Jones. So she got to talk to her. And I said, well, did Shirley tell you any stories? And she said, yeah, she told me this thing. And the baby kicked. And that was when she realized she didn't even know she was pregnant at that point.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
by the
no,
time
I
the
think she
baby is
did know.
kicking, you're pregnant.
No, I think she did know because they were trying to keep that secret. She wanted her,
Oh.
the advice she got was to keep it secret.
and was the baby Patrick Cassidy or Sean Cassidy?
I don't know.
Interesting. Good
Or
question.
I think David was already born.
I don't know.
She was young.
Yeah, the baby.
So their talent was in utero. They were there from the very beginning.
right.
Those guys.
Well, we are
One
here
of them
at
anyway.
the very beginning of our weekly Today, Yesterday trivia quiz featuring these lovely, delightful, fun people, Vicki Quade, Leslie Hoban Blake, and David Sheward. Are you guys ready to play the game? You know how to play the game.
Yes.
2
Indeed.
points per question if you get it. If not, somebody else gets to steal. I should have my Roll-A-Die window available.
Now, Vicki won last week, right?
Did.
Yeah.
Not
You
that
don't
I'm
be so
shocked.
surprised.
Yeah.
I know. I shouldn't have. I should never be surprised when I say somebody else besides.
I know.
I know.
It is
Vicki-
not the David Sheward Award.
Ah,
So here's the deal. We need to roll some dice and ask some people. So Vicki, again, you're still quote unquote the newest of us. So please pick a number between 1 and 6.
Well, I think I got 2 last time, and that seemed pretty good. So I'll stick with 2.
Vicki is sticking with 2. Leslie Hoban Blake, please.
You want to guess?
6.
Do you want to guess what I'm going to
Oh,
guess?
I'm saying, yeah, 6 would be the number.
Thank you, Vicki, for guessing.
And David, are you 3, 4, 1, what?
3.
Ooh,
Do
David.
any of you play Wordle?
My
My
mother's a
son
good
just
player.
had me do one the other day. I can
know what
see
it
why
is.
it's interesting, but I don't want to be, I'm too busy to be
Oh,
sitting
it's
there
a
doing it.
it's a great mind waker upper in
Oh,
the
yeah.
morning. I love doing that. Yeah, that and the spelling bee and the Times
The
get my
spelling bee I
brain
do.
working.
The spelling bee, if I have time at work in the morning, I'm having my coffee.
The reason I say that is that you start the game with a word and you try to use as many vowels in the word as you can so that they're off the table, and then it's a word guessing game.
Yeah.
It's based on, my son named a couple of other games that it's like, but this is a written thing and it's online. But the
And it
point
was
is that I have had
purchased
the
by a
same
lot of
opening
money.
word. So sorry.
It was purchased by for a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
It was low millions. That's not a lot of money
okay.
anymore. Low millions.
For the Times bought Wordle, it's true. And you were saying
Yes.
the first word was what? The Leslie.
Well, my first word is always adieu. When I read the rules of the game, they said this is a for instance, and it has 3 vowels in it. So I thought that's a very good start.
Yeah.
ADIEU. You get
Right.
you knock 3 of them off right away. They either are in the word or they're not in the word, and then you can go from there.
I don't.
Smart.
You have to think of one 5-letter word by eliminating letters that are not in the word.
Wow. Says,
David, look it up. Try it
Oh,
once.
no,
Just see.
we'll try it, yeah.
By the way, the
actually was
Times
fun.
and the original site now have different words.
Oh, so you can play 2 games a day, essentially.
You can play 2 games a day, which is nice.
And what's nice is I would do it in the morning because I like to start off with a vowel movement. But ladies and
Oh
gentlemen,
God, that was good. That was good.
Thank
I
you.
can't get over that one.
Thank you, Vanna.
well, Vanna's going to turn the wheel, and he's going to. Well, why is it? Vanna has rolled a very, very Leslie-looking number 6.
Oh,
So,
good.
Leslie, would you like to go first, second, or third in the quiz?
I wish to go second, please.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't like to go third, but I also don't like to go first.
Let's roll this baby again. Come on. It's a little slow, just like me. Comes up with a number 5. Now, the way we're doing this is it's got to hit the exact number of the person. So this could take, comes up Vicki, number 2. Would you like to be first or third?
I'll be first.
Vicki first. Sowing those oats from last week winning, huh? And David, you are bringing up the rear in the game.
Okay.
And so.
No comment.
I was gonna go there, and then I better not go there. Vicki, this first question is yours. And just a reminder to everybody watching, we're playing the Today Yesterday quiz on Dave's Gone By, where it's 3 minutes to 11 Eastern Time in the morning. It is February 19th, 2022. We're calling this episode Jew-ish because just a little while ago we were talking with Judy Collins on the program. So
Wonderful.
Well, I wasn't.
She looked great. She looked wonderful.
So, Vicki, you don't get extra points for complimenting me or the show. You've got to answer the question correctly.
Well, I'm grateful for that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't like it when you play favorites. No.
All these questions happened on February 19th in history. This first one, 1807.
Okay.
2 years after his vice presidency and 1 year after shooting you-know-who, Aaron Burr is arrested on charges of treason related to his secret economic activities out west and his plans to raise an army and start a war with Mexico. Many times, Burr was acquitted of these false charges, but which of these is also false about Aaron Burr, sir? A, long before Biden, Burr tried to stop the filibuster as a way to quiet his rivals, including you-know-who. B, he was married for 4 months to a woman who then divorced him for squandering her fortune. C, just like Thomas Jefferson, Burr had children with a non-white servant. Or D, Burr founded a water supply company in New York that ended up starting a cholera epidemic.
Oh.
One of these is false.
He was such a great guy.
Only
Jesus.
one is false.
Only one of these is false.
Ooh, so the filibuster, the marriage that didn't last, a child, or cholera.
Yeah, that's my life, yeah.
Ooh. I'm gonna say a child. That he
So
did not have a child. Yeah.
It's not true that he had children with a non-white servant. Is that your final answer?
Okay, yeah, sure. It's a guess.
Well, I'm afraid that is a black mark against you. I'm going to be thrown off Spotify for that joke. So we have a steal opportunity. Yes, he did. Well, I guess
Really?
it's a slave. You call it a slave. He did have several children. So we're going to roll the die. Where's our little die roll thing? Thank you. Roll again. Thank you. Roll again. Oh, Leslie Hoban Blake boxcar for you on number 6. So you have
Okay.
opportunity. Yeah.
So what's left is the filibuster, the divorce, or the water supply.
Right. Right.
It's interesting how well Miranda captured his flavor of being a malcontent and in essence a ne'er-do-well. You don't really get that until as the play proceeds, but he was not a good guy, regardless. I'm going to say the one that's false is the, I'd love it to be the water supply, that's so Trump, but I'm going to say the, Jesus, this is hard. I'm sorry.
That's what she said.
They're also juicy.
She said.
Don't say.
What did I do? What did I say wrong?
Dave is saying that's what she said.
Oh. And the show is called Would You Whatever, so there you go. I will say that they're also feasible. I'll say the water supply.
I'm saying that is not true. That he found
Yeah.
a water company that
Yeah.
gave the town cholera. Final answer?
Yeah, D.
Water supply? I'll drink to that, but I shouldn't because it's not true. So, David Sheward, you have a steal opportunity. What?
All right, so it's either the filibuster that he tried to stop the filibuster, or that he had a marriage that only lasted 4 months, and the woman accused him of trying to take her money.
Right.
Now I've read Gore Vidal's Burr a long time ago, and I don't remember either of those happening. But the water supply thing and the other thing didn't happen either. So Vidal left them out. Let's see. Okay, so it's either the filibuster
or married 4 months to a woman who then divorced him for squandering her fortune.
I'll say the filibuster is false.
Is false. Is that your final answer?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, David, you are filibusted with the right answer. That is correct. All the others were true about Aaron Burr, sir. But here's the deal. Burr is generally credited with inventing the filibuster.
Oh.
It was by accident. He just wanted a motion that prevented cutting off debate. And nobody even thought that it would lead to 25-hour nonstop speeches. So he came up and they said, yeah, sure, it makes sense. And the filibuster kind of came out of that.
I thought you were going to say he just never shut up. And so the filibuster was born, right?
Yeah.
But the thing about the water thing, he founded this company called the Manhattan Company that became Chase Manhattan and now JP Morgan Chase. They started a water thing, and it turned out they were taking water from like a place that was fouled.
Oh, just like Flint, Michigan, huh?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So where did the cholera come from? Where was it? In Manhattan or New York?
I think it was in New York.
A well.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was a well, and it was an infected well.
Was it New York or where was it?
I think it was. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So
I can't hear her.
Oh, she was saying it was infected. Well, we think in New York.
Wow.
To look at.
My epidemiologist.
Good morning, Joyce. Wow.
Good morning. So yeah. By the way, our oil people are here. We haven't had heat since last night. No, I'm good because I'm.
Oh, this is not a good day not to have heat.
Well, we are talking about Aaron Burr.
Oh.
And now you make me realize I was going to turn my little space heater on.
Okay, this is Space Heater Day. If you listen to the first part of the show, I was talking about forgetting to turn mine off at work and did a whole riff on that.
Can you hear that? Is it loud?
Your
No.
space
No,
heater talks?
I can't hear anything.
Keeps me company.
Well,
All right.
David Sheward.
It's cheaper than a dog in the long run, right?
I don't have to walk
already
it.
on the board.
And warmer.
As we move on to our next question in the Today Yesterday quiz, we have David Sheward already on the board with 2 points, but Leslie can tie him.
My pen is not writing. Can I be excused to get a pen?
Well, why don't you get the pen while Vicki?
Because I write notes on the questions.
All right, go get.
So
get a pen.
I don't feel comfortable.
And we're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, David Sheward, who is leading.
I'm so sorry. I'm back. You always pick up the pen that doesn't write. It's a
Sure.
foregone. Oh, thank you, Dave. I'll take that.
can
Wait a
borrow
second. Okay, got
mine.
it.
Seriously, I always have multiple. It's
I see that.
It's the
Okay.
journalism
Well,
writing
I'm using
background.
a sexy silver pen that doesn't
Stab my
write.
finger and write in blood. David Sheward, are you seeing a matinee today?
No.
Oh, okay. So we have time. We can do.
Oh,
this
is he
before
rushing you again?
Yeah,
Is he
he's
doing
going
this
like
again?
this.
No, I'm just saying, I would like to be able to, finish it before the sun goes down.
That's what he said.
Because
Okay.
he's suddenly become very religious.
Leslie Hoban Blake, we have a question for you.
Yes.
A thing that happened on February 19th of 1825.
Good Lord.
Okay.
1825, premiering tonight in Vienna. I'm still tired. Franz Grillparser's 5-act historical tragedy König Ottokar's Glück und Ende. I'm sure you know it.
I enjoyed that. Yeah.
It's all about King Ottokar of Bohemia and his downfall at the hands of the Habsburg Empire. Which of these is true about King Ottokar?
I think Hugh Jackman is doing the musical.
Is he really? Oh, right.
So I
Okay.
think this is the next one.
But he did a better job in Wolverine. That's it. I mean, he's
Right.
I'm sorry.
Manuel Noriega is writing the script as we speak.
Right.
Life is an Ottokar beret. All right. A. Which of these is true? Okay. Only one of these is true. A. He's mentioned in Dante's Divine Comedy. B. He's name-checked in the Elvis Costello song King of Bohemia. C. He's a character in a story written by Garp in John Irving's The World According to Garp. Or D. He's the lead character in a play by Friedrich Schiller.
By Schiller?
Schiller, yeah.
Okay, you have to come. So we have, he's in Garp, which I loved. Schiller, which I'm not that familiar with other than the two Queen play. So it's Divine Comedy. I can't read my handwriting.
His name checked in the
Oh.
Elvis Costello song King of Bohemia.
King of Bohemia. Thank you, Elvis Costello. All right. Wow. And one of these is true.
Right. Only one is true.
Only one is true. Well, name was Ottokar, Ottokar.
Ottokar.
I had a choice. I went for the wrong one. Okay. Ottokar.
Which is what you drive.
Wherefore art thou? Wherefore art thou, Ottokar? I'm gonna say because it's the Oh, geez. True. He's referenced in Divine Comedy,
There's
Elvis
only one question.
Costello, Garp, or Schiller.
Oh my God, David.
Schiller wrote a play about him.
Oh.
I'll give you the choices again. A, he's mentioned in Dante's Divine Comedy. B, he's name-checked in the Elvis Costello song King of Bohemia. C, he's a character in a story written by Garp and John Irving's The World According to Garp.
Bill loved he enjoyed the Judy Collins stuff. He
Oh.
might be able to join the quiz.
And D, he's the lead character in a play by Friedrich Schiller.
A play by Schiller. Okay. I'm going to say Garp. C.
Final answer?
Yep.
Well, in the world, according to Dave's Gone By, that is not the correct answer, I'm afraid. So, let's go to roll the die.
Even your keys are not working.
Oh, David Sheward literally came up on number 3. So
Okay.
that is your question.
All right, do me a favor, just read the question again.
Sure. 1825 was the year. Premiering tonight in Vienna, Franz Grillparzer's 5-act historical tragedy König Ottokar's Glück und Ende. It's all about King Ottokar of Bohemia and his downfall at the hands of the Habsburg Empire. Which of these is a true thing about the real King Ottokar?
So he was mentioned in Divine Comedy.
Mhm.
He's mentioned in Elvis Costello song about the King of Bohemia, or Schiller wrote a play about him. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so which of these is true? Now, and if Schiller did do a play about it, did the Pepper Pot Playhouse in Raytown do it after Eunice and Madeline Kahn did that production of Mary Stuart?
Oh my lord.
I remember that. That was good.
Yeah.
Eunice from what's her face?
Eunice and the Carol Burnett Show.
Yes, that's what I figured. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd pay money to see that.
On the side of my face. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Lady Stewart, I see you are here. Let's see. A bastard sits on the English throne. Let's see. All right. Divine Comedy. Which of these is true? I historically I don't know the dates with Divine Comedy. I don't see why Elvis could. All right, I'll go with he's mentioned in the Divine Comedy.
And you're saying that is true.
Yes, that would be 2 A's in a row. So we'll see. Yeah, I'll say that's true.
Well, not only is the comedy divine, David Sheward, your answer is divine as well. He is named. He's in there. He's waiting to get in to the gates of heaven, and it's like a couple of lines in the divine comedy. He's in there. David Sheward on the board. He's roaring back. I want to give you some other information though on that particular question. King of Bohemia is a depressing lullaby, not by Elvis Costello, but by Richard Thompson, and it's got nothing to do with King Ottokar at all. It's the title of a pub that Charles Dickens used to frequent. He used to frequent tons of them, but that was one of them. Also, Garp, in The World According to Garp, the character of Garp writes a short story called The Pension Grillparzer, but it's just the name of the hotel. It's got nothing to do with it.
I do remember that, yeah.
And Ottokar is a lead character in a play called La Imperial de Oton by Lope de Vega.
Oh.
Which I thought you all knew, but there you go. Anyway, we're loping along here on Dave's Gone By on this Saturday morning. We have David Sheward in the lead with 4 points, and now able to add 2 more points to that, because this next question, the last in our first round, goes directly to you. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. The year was 1878. 78 being a rather appropriate number now that I think about it, because Thomas Alva Edison received a patent today for a little invention called the tinfoil phonograph. The Edison record label would last until 1929, putting out hundreds of popular music 78s. Which of these was not an Edison Records release? A, My Bushel is Short of a Peck from You by Collins and Harlan. B, You'll Have to Put Him to Sleep with a Marseillaise and Wake Him Up with an Ooh La La by Arthur Fields. C, If I Knock the L Out of Kelly, It Would Still Be Kelly to Me by Ada Jones. Or D, Doo-Doo and Dr. Eisenbart by George P. Watson.
What?
Doo-Doo and Dr. Eisenbart by George P. Watson.
The last one sounds like a novel by Thomas Pynchon.
Or Garp.
Yeah, all right. So which of these is true or false?
Only one of these is not an actual Edison recording, Edison title, anything.
So which of these is not real?
All of these are real except one.
Doo-Doo and Dr. Eisenbart. I have to put it, okay, so My Bushel is Short of a Peck. Now, if I could just remember which is which, I love you, a bushel and a peck. Is a peck a part of a bushel, or is the bushel part of a peck? I don't remember.
I think it's 4 pecks to a bushel, or the other way around.
All right. Well, then if the song is true, then if you only got 3 pecks, then you haven't got a full bushel.
I'm so lost at this point.
I have to I go to bed with the Marseillaise as long as you wake me up with Ooh La La.
Yep, by Arthur Fields, allegedly.
That sounds real, and it's probably from World War I or something. So which of these is false, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Doo-Doo and Dr. Eisenbart is too weird not to be real. I mean, it's just like, it's too real. It's too real.
Maybe.
It's sort of like Doo-Doo is like a French can-can dancer who starts an affair with a Jewish doctor or something like that. It's too weird. I went down to Paris and I saw Dr. Eisenbart. He said to me, Doo-Doo, I love you. And I am a Jew and you are not, but it don't matter because I love you.
A bushel and a peck, right?
And your peck is sort of my bushel.
Well, there you go.
All right. So the one that is not real is, the Kelly one. I'll say the Kelly one is not real.
You're saying what is it? God, what was it?
If you knock the L out of Kelly, it'll still be Kelly to
Kelly
me.
You're saying is not a real thing.
Wait a minute. No. Okay, it can't be 3 A's in a row. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Kelly.
Has anybody here seen Kelly? Kelly, and tell him David Sheward got the question wrong. Sorry. So we have a roll the die here, and we're gonna do. Whoops! I lost my roll the die thing.
See, fellas, I'm dancing.
Leslie Hoban Blake. We have a number 6 for
Leslie.
you.
You know that my grandparents' vaudeville act was called Hoban and Kelly.
Oh.
Wow.
So,
They had
and there was
both.
no Kelly. Their names were Hoban, but they bought the act from somebody that was something in Kelly, and they just changed used to buy acts. George Burns talked about that. So
Did they have parentheses around the Hoban then?
no. When I started, that's my equity acting name is Hoban Blake. So I put it in parentheses when I started directing, so people would know who I was. And there are 3 living human beings who call me Hoban, still alive, and that's it. Nobody else.
So wait, do you go by, should I stop calling you Leslie Hoban Blake and call you Leslie Blake? Is that or
No. I love being called. I love having a parenthetical middle name. It's I have very little else that sets me apart. I love that. So anyway, which one of these is false? And we owned a ton of Edison stuff. My father collected all of that crap. I'm going to say Kelly is out. You didn't pick Doo-Doo. You talked about it, but you didn't pick it, right?
I picked Doo-Doo this morning. It was I went for a whole roll of toilet paper.
Oh God, the image
And
of
then
that
you
is,
picked
I'm
it.
gonna be sick.
And then
I'm
you
gonna be
picked it, right?
absolutely sick.
Then I did, yes. I did.
I'm gonna say A, bushel and peck.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the triple A. I don't understand why, but I'm gonna go for it.
Well, we should call AAA to help you out, but you won't need it because you just got yourself 2 points, Leslie Hoban Blake.
Excellent.
That is
See,
correct.
nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Wow. 3 A's in a row. This is weird.
All right, yeah, but it's all the
The
rest.
man is mixing it up. He's the mix master.
There is a song though that Edison released called "My Orchard Is Short of a Peach Like You." So I kind of riffed on that one. Isn't that cute? That was by Collins and Harlan. But let us hear, before we move on, Dave, I know you want to help us along, but let's hear a little bit of a song. This is an actual thing, and it's D-U, D-U. It's called Doo-Doo and Dr. Eisenbart. Here's an actual Edison 78 of this.
Okay.
That's a famous song. You just mispronounced it.
Really? What is it?
It's do means you. That's what it's a famous song. With the minute they started singing, I recognize that, even if you guys don't.
You still got it right, Leslie.
There's yodeling.
Well, where does Dr. Eisenbart come in?
That's not part of the name.
No?
If you look on the record, it's Dudu and Dr. Eisenbart. That's literally in the YouTube video, just to make sure they show the cover of the record.
Is
And-
Judy,
Okay.
You
is
said
Judy
they're two
Collins?
small songs? Like
Is,
they did Doo-Doo is one and then Dr. Ice, whatever his name is?
Well,
No, it's not parenthesized or anything. It's
Is,
Dudu and DU space DU. Yeah, David. what?
is Judy Collins going to record that?
You could do the yodel. If she were a little younger.
from both sides now. She'll do it from both sides now.
Leslie Hoban Blake, you can crow because you have 2 points now. You are only 2 points behind David Sheward in the first round of our Dave's Gone By Today yesterday quiz. But we have more questions. We have 2 more rounds to do it. So anybody's game still here in the Daverhood. But I gotta get this other page up to get to our next question. Question number 4 in the quiz, which goes directly to Vicki Quade. And Vicki, guess what?
Oh, 3 clues in the news.
Yeah. I can see your face right there. Like, oh my God. It is. It is the 3 clues in the news. You know how
All right.
this works. So it's 3 words that are not connected to each other, but connected to the word that we're looking for. Can be blank word blank or just associated with the word.
Right.
And the word that we're looking for has something to do with something in the news this past week. Okay? Are you ready?
Yes.
The 3 clues in the news are town, story, holy.
Holy, like Holy.
Holy. Holy.
Holy. Town, story,
Mm-hmm.
and holy.
Correct.
Town. Oh. I'm thinking like ghost or spirit or something. Town, square, holy square. Wait, town,
Story.
story, storyboard,
Or
town
holy.
board town, holy board, story, town. And I always hate it when I find out the answer and I'm like, oh, like if your mind just went a little bit further. Okay, town.
If my mind went a little bit further, I'd be instant.
That's right.
So yeah.
And holy water, town water, water town, water. We'll go with water.
Is that your final answer?
Sure.
I'm afraid that answer is all wet. Vicki Quade, it's not a bad one, but it is not the correct one. So we're going to roll some die. Let me get rid of doo-doo here, and so I can get to the die rolling one. This has been very helpful coming up on somebody's actual number. But this time it comes a 4, so it's nobody. This time it will come up as a 5, which is still nobody. Hold on. Come on. No, 4 again. Come on. I knew I gave it a canine of her. David Sheward. We have a number 3. So you get to steal this 2 clues in the news question.
Okay. I think Vicki said it and passed over it. I think it's ghost, although I don't know what that is in the news with, but that's the only one that fits.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Oh,
Father,
ghost town. Oh, you're right about that. Yeah.
Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
Final though.
Yes, I'm going with ghost.
I mean, I've got to say, congratulations, David, but I feel so bad for Vicki because A, you said it, and B, Holy Ghost! You do Holy Ghost bingo!
The nun.
Yeah, so.
But town, ghost town, and story, ghost story. Oh, of course.
Story, yeah.
And Holy Ghost, and the reason it's in the news, anybody can think?
Ghost Town?
Ghost.
I just watched Roy Bean, but that's close to Ghost Town.
Putin is ghosting Biden. I don't know.
No, maybe. No. A couple of days ago, director Ivan Reitman.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Right.
Movie.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Who are you gonna
That's
call?
a stretch.
A little bit. Yeah.
No, it's a nice one. I got it.
Okay, very good.
So David Sheward, man, you've just taken a 6-2 lead over Leslie Hoban Blake. So it's a
That's
little
right.
formidable, my friend. But we
Hmm.
have more questions to go. Leslie can get two more points.
If
on
it matters, Vicki, I thought water also. So there you go.
Yeah, it's fine.
So let
Skipped
me,
right over Ghost. Go ahead.
Leslie's question in our Today Yesterday quiz. I just have to get this page up. Here we go. The year was 1913. Surprise! That's what you'd get if you opened a box of Cracker Jack today. Many sources have February 19th as the first time the company began putting a prize in every box of the caramel-coated popcorn and peanut snack. We all know the mascot of Sailor Boy Jack and his dog Bingo, but according to mentalfloss.com, the company had another mascot before the iconic pair. What or who was it? A. Babe Ruth. B. Two rambunctious bears. C. An ear of corn and, by modern standards, a racially caricatured peanut. Or D. A smiling firecracker.
Ooh.
So 1913.
Right. First day that Cracker Jack put
Well,
prizes.
I would assume that it would be as close to, it's the corn and the racially whatever character.
Racial peanuts.
1913. Nobody would have any problem with that.
So is that your final answer?
That's my answer. Yeah. C.
Well, I'm trying to make a corny joke or even a nutty one, but I can't because that is not the correct answer. Leslie Hoban Blake, I just made that up. So we have a steal opportunity here for Vicki or David, depending on how the die rolls. Ooh, that's the first time a number 1 came up, but it doesn't do us any good. I'm going to roll again. Number 5, that doesn't do us. It's my favorite number, but it doesn't do us any good. 1 again. We'll be here a while. 1 again. Stop this. Aha. Vicki.
Oh.
Vicki, I just squeezed out a number 2 for you. You have a steal opportunity here.
Yeah, and I think Cracker Jack started in Chicago. I used to drive by the Cracker Jack factory all the time on 67th and Cicero. I mean, everyone remembers it.
Is it still? But it's gone.
It's now like a storage facility or something. Okay. Okay, so it's the that doesn't mean I know the answer. But okay, it's the read them again. I'm sorry.
Of course. So starting today,
Oh, no, just read the 3 options.
Well, the thing you're looking for is who or what was the mascot before the boy and the sailor boy and the dog. Was it A, Babe Ruth, B, two rambunctious bears, or D, a smiling firecracker?
1913. I don't see why it would be Babe Ruth. But maybe it was. You know what? I'll say Babe Ruth only because it's the whole ball game thing.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, Vicki, even though you are something of a babe, I'm afraid now that it would have been a little early for him. It wasn't really a.
I was thinking that, but
So, David Sheward, I can't believe. Well, not that I can't believe this, but you could pile on the points here.
Okay.
To steal.
All right. So it's either a pair of rambunctious bears or a smiling firecracker.
Right.
Candy coated popcorn, peanuts, and a prize. That's what you'll find in Cracker Jack.
Cracker Jack.
So it's popcorn and peanuts. The firecracker sort of makes sense, but the bear, who knows? It could be either one. Did they have fire? Yeah, they had firecrackers in 1913, I think. I'll say the firecracker.
Is that your final answer?
Sure.
Well, David, I know you wanted to finish out this question with a bang, but no, I've stumped the panel. It was actually two little bears that were the mascots for a few years. In fact, there's a fairly I didn't know about it, but there's a famous postcard of Teddy Roosevelt aiming a rifle at the bears in a tree. And it was like, don't shoot, we're Cracker Jack. It was, yeah. So
Oh, I know the photograph, but I don't know that heading. That's
it
so
wasn't
odd that none of the caricature that they were doing had to do with what the content of the box. They chose a sailor and they chose bears. They didn't choose anything.
Well, we do have the Chicago Bears and we have the Chicago Cubs. So
Oh,
Did you
okay,
have
maybe
them
that-
in those
maybe that was
days?
it.
Did they go back as far as 1913?
1913, the Cubs do, I think. The question is, do the Bears?
Then that's the rambunctious bears make sense then.
And don't forget, Leslie, in modern times, and this would be appropriate for me, I mean, we have bears, animated bears selling toilet paper. What does that have to do with anything?
And
No, I understand that, but I thought in those
blue.
days they were a little more literal.
And they're blue. Aren't the bears
That's
blue?
right, yeah.
Or are they red?
They're blue.
They're blue.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's for wiping your bare bottom. But
Oh, I just realized there's a bear blank in the woods. So that's where they may have got
Oh, maybe. Oh, I get. And when they do, it's not Cottonelle. What's their?
So every time we see that ad, we should think there's a bear in the woods. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
I will now.
Cute. I will now too. Yes.
And I especially love the
It's
mother.
Charmin, I think. Is it? No, maybe not.
It's not Charmin.
I especially love Is it Quilted Northern?
Probably.
Oh, it is. I think it is Quilted Northern. Yeah.
But I like the one where the mother is wearing the pearls, and she's got like one flower behind her ears, and the family is all together, and they're all like getting off on how soft the toilet paper is, and then the mother suddenly stops and says, "Wait a minute, this is a little weird, isn't it?"
Yes. Yes. The whole thing.
You're a family of bears living inside, Forget the fact that
Blue Bears.
Forget the fact that you're obsessing over toilet paper. You're living in a house.
They were perfectly fine with their generic toilet paper until Goldilocks arrived, and then
I was going to say the Goldilocks bears lived in a house until she broke it down.
And she broke the bed, and then she complained about the toilet paper. She was a terrible guest, but we have still a 6-2 lead of David over Leslie.
Significant.
So we have, what is our next question? Our next question is the last question in round 2, and it's going to go directly to David Sheward. So again, David, you have a real shot of piling on the points. 1932, the year.
Mm-hmm.
Completed today is William Faulkner's 7th novel, Light in August, a Southern Gothic look at race and class and outcasts that is considered an important book now, but got only a mixed reception on its debut. As such, William Faulkner needed money, so he went to Hollywood, where he worked on a couple dozen screenplays, often without screen credit. According to IMDb, Faulkner had a hand in writing all of these movies, except which? A, they were expendable. B, Gunga Din. C, Mildred Pierce. D, God is my co-pilot.
Wow. Mildred Pierce and God is my co-pilot. That's really weird because that's really interesting. The only one I was really aware that Faulkner worked on was what's the one? The Raymond Chandler, Humphrey Bogart, The Long Goodbye. Not The Long Goodbye.
Farewell, My Lovely.
No, the one where he goes to the house and the father is crippled.
Oh, Kiss. It has Kiss in the title, doesn't it?
This is increasingly becoming all of our conversations.
Yeah, but the father goes.
You remember? He was in that. He used to be in that TV show.
The Big Sleep. You're thinking of The Big Sleep. That's the one you're thinking of.
The Big Sleep, yeah. Where
The
they
Big
have the
Sleep.
horse.
Yeah, I just process of elimination is The Big Sleep, right?
And the dialogue where we're talking about horse racing. I think Faulkner wrote that, where they're comparing sex to horse racing. All right. Wow. So anyway, they were expendable.
Okay.
I don't think they were expendable because we had 3 A's already, and I don't think John Ford had anything to do with that. Was not a dialogue-heavy movie, so it was Mildred Pierce. Wow. So which of these he did have something to do with or did not? I'm sorry.
He had something to do with all of these except one.
Except one.
He might not have gotten screen credit on any of them.
Oh, okay.
He had a hand in writing everyone except one.
Wow, they were expendable. Mildred, God is my co-pilot. All right. Gunga Din, I think, was earlier than the other three. So I'll say Gunga Din.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, usually, David Sheward, you are a better man than I am. But not this time. I stumped you on that one. So we have a roll of die and steal opportunity from one of our other contestants. The die is rolling. It comes up with a 1. So we're going to roll it again. Leslie Hoban Blake, we have a 6. Can you steal?
I actually had to read Light in August for a lit course. I don't remember anything about it.
Yeah,
I think I liked it, but I can't remember the plot, the character, and nothing. I just remember that I read it. And I think I liked it at the time. Okay, Expendable, Mildred Pierce, God is my co-pilot. Mildred Pierce is the latest of those three, as far as I can remember. That was in the 40s. I think the others were in the 30s. Expendable might have been at the beginning of the war. I'm not quite sure. Okay, so, but that's as much as I can think about this. I think by the time Mildred Pierce came around, he was a Pulitzer Prize winning novelist. It was about 46, maybe. Maybe it was earlier than that, but it was in the 40s. So I'm going to think, what year was Light in August? Did you give us a year for Light in August?
He finished writing the book today in 1932.
32, okay. Yeah, so it would have to have been in the 30s, up to about 40 probably. I'm going to say God is my co-pilot.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I'm using the same line of reasoning you did, David, about, which was the earliest and which and whatnot. I'm hoping I'm right. Just so I can get another 2 points.
But is that your final?
Yes, it is.
Afraid God crashed you on that question. Vicki Quade, let's get you on the board.
All right.
Why I'm
Yes,
an atheist.
exactly.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking it might be Mildred Pierce, and it's just a guess, but I thought that from the beginning. So let's just say Mildred Pierce.
Final answer?
Sure.
Oh, Vicki, you have pierced my heart with that particular answer. Nope. David, you will be shocked. That was another A. They Were Expendable was not written by or
David,
touched by
I think
Winkle.
Bill might-
I'm waiting for the day that they're all B. All the answers are B. That's the one I'm waiting for.
But yeah, they were Expendable, shot in 1945. Din was 1939. It was a George Stevens film with MacArthur and Hecht doing the main script on that. Michael Curtiz did Mildred Pierce. I didn't realize the Casablanca guy. And the author of that was a guy named Ranald McDougall, who was married to Nanette Febray eventually. Oh no.
You knew.
You went down the rabbit hole, didn't you, David?
Yeah.
Dave, you went down the rabbit hole, didn't you?
What about God is my co-pilot?
I gotta go for a second.
Oh, hey, hon. Oh, Joyce has to.
I would give you a hug.
Joyce just wanted to give me a hug. She does that randomly sometimes.
He was only looking for heat.
That's right.
The old stuck his
Sit
head
on your
outside
lap
half
for
an hour
this.
already.
But she wants the soul.
That is so Soupy Sales, the long black sleeves and whatnot. That is so
Exactly.
Soupy Sales.
She hugged me to her bosom, which is a lovely thing to be hugged to. I've been hugged to other things,
Well, don't talk about prison.
Joyce said, "Don't talk about prison." Okay, let's start the third round of our Today Yesterday Trivia Quiz on this February 19th, 2022 here on Dave's Gone By. Because remember, all these things happened on this date in history. So we start the final round with Vicki yet to get on the board.
Come on, Vicki.
But you can, because this question will go to you if you get it right. The year, a lot of entertainment-related questions this week, but the year was 1942. Recorded today by, by Frank Sinatra and the Tommy Dorsey Band, I'll Take Tallulah, a tribute to the already legendary actress Tallulah Bankhead. She had a colorful and troubled life, which included all of these except which? A, she sued Procter & Gamble over their toothpaste character Tallulah the Tube. B, she had a serious relationship with Billie Holiday. C, when she filmed Alfred Hitchcock's Lifeboat, the crew complained that she never wore underwear. D, she was a rabid Brooklyn Dodgers fan, but for no known reason, switched to the New York Yankees just months before the Dodgers announced their move to the West Coast.
Oh,
One of these
wow.
is not true
Not
about
true.
Tallulah Bankhead.
Okay. Boy. I knew she had affairs with women. Was one of them Billie Holiday? Possibly. The toothpaste one is interesting. Could be true, but it could have been a different product. And the Dodgers, I have no idea. Maybe. And Lifeboat. I mean, I didn't know that there were issues with her on the set. God, that's a tough one. I'm thinking it's either the toothpaste or the Dodgers. The Dodgers is so weird. Okay, I'm going to go with the toothpaste because I'm going to think that maybe it was a different product. Okay, I'll go with that.
Final answer?
Sure.
Oh, Vicki Quade, turn that bright white smile upside down. That is not the correct answer, I'm afraid. So we're going to have to roll a die and see what we get. Roll. Come on. Number 3, David Sheward.
All right.
Hey,
Oh,
David.
boy. You can almost put
Okay.
the game away right here.
All right. All right. Which of these is not true, right?
Right.
I'm pretty sure the Billie Holiday thing is true because it was in that movie with I forget the actress's name that was on Hulu, the U.S. versus Billie Holiday. And I'm pretty sure it's true about Lifeboat because I remember Hume Cronin telling that as an anecdote at one point. He used to work with Hitchcock and he was in the movie also. So it's got to be D, the Yankees. Ah, I don't like the Yankees, darling. Ah.
I'm sure that's exactly how she put. Is that your final answer, though?
Yes, yes.
Root for the home team of David Sheward because he got that right. He's got 2 more points. Here was the deal about all this. By the way, this is what we're gonna. She was a rabid, diehard New York Giants fan. So she did have a big baseball thing, but it wasn't nothing to do with the Brooklyn Dodgers. But the great story about Lifeboat, apparently her refusal to wear underwear, which is probably not a problem for the crew, except when they had to shoot and light her. And apocryphally, but maybe true, Hitchcock was interviewed about this years later, and he said, well, in terms of the problem, he didn't know if it was a matter for wardrobe or hairdressing.
Oh.
Which is rather great, I think.
Fair,
But
yeah.
well done, David Sheward. David, I'm not sure if you've automatically already won the game.
Sounds
Yes,
like
he
it.
did. Yes, he did. And he's
Yeah.
on fire this morning.
Is that 8
Yeah,
points?
However, darling, I think I do a better Tallulah than you do. I'm very sorry. I really think my Tallulah's better, darling.
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Well, but you see, she
Darling.
wasn't that nasal. It was all in the back of the throat, darling. It wasn't in the
Oh,
nose.
I
were
remember
going in the
when
nose.
she was filming an episode of Batman, and she said to Adam West, you may be caped and you may be dynamic, but to me, you are a crashing bore.
Well, that was
Bye-bye,
good. That
Bat
one was good.
baby.
That was very good.
Bye-bye, Bat Baby, doll.
Okay. No, they were both good. David, yours is like if she had been in an accident and had a helmet on for a while. That for Tallulah.
Right.
Yours was pretty good too, Leslie. I've got to say.
Thank you so much. It won me a role in MAME. Thank you very much.
Did you? I mean, is that how you did that on the audition? You did Tallulah?
Yeah. Yes, but I didn't play MAME. I got the B. Arthur role. I didn't want the MAME role.
Oh.
MAME works her ass off for the whole show, and B comes in and steals whatever scene she's in. I love that, so I did that. And someone said, "Are you actually British?" And I turned around at the door and I said, "No, darling, I'm just very affected." And I walked out, and that was what did it. They thought that was marvelous.
You just did it marvelously now. Wow. Now let's see how marvelous you are, though, trying to add to your 2 points, just for funsies.
Why? Why bother? I mean, we could just sit and chat for the rest of the,
Wait.
I'm game.
It's
I don't
just for
believe
fun.
in banging my head on a door, it's like,
But you'll like this one because it's also about Broadway, Leslie.
okay. Oh, that'll make me like it, right?
Kind of.
Okay.
Well,
I'll like it if I get it right. Go ahead.
and you would have seen this too. 1989.
Oh, even better. Make it, pile it on, so when I get it wrong, it's really gonna make me look stupid. Go ahead.
Maybe you'll get it right. Maybe.
Hey,
1989 was the year. Closing tonight after 72 previews and 64 ignominious performances at the Mark Hellinger Theater is the Broadway flop Legs Diamond. It also, funny that we mentioned it before, it also
Right.
killed the Hellinger, but not writer and star Peter Allen, who lived 3 more years. 2 months after his death, A&M Records released the very best of Peter Allen. I Go to Rio is on there, of course, as are his versions of songs that became hits for other singers. So which of these is not on that album because it's not a Peter Allen song? A, Don't Cry Out Loud. B, I Honestly Love You. C, Don't Wish Too Hard. D, When I Need You.
I only know the first 2 songs. I don't know the second 2 at all. And we've had 4 A's, a B, and a D so far. So I'm going to say Wish because it doesn't make any difference what I say, and I'm going to go for the C that we haven't had all morning.
So you're saying the song that is
Yeah,
not.
I only know 2 of the 4 anyway. Go ahead.
Well, I'll bet you wish you chose a different answer because that is not correct. Leslie Hoban Blake, let's roll the die and say that's number 6. That's you, Les. We'll go again. 1. Oh, man. 4. Nope, nobody said 4. Oh, okay. We just have all morning here. 4 again. Good Lord. But this is like, it's appropriate. Ivan Reitman died because he directed Caddyshack, and we just keep getting 4.
Oh, I get it.
Little golf joke there. Come on. All right. 2, Vicki. Let's get you on the board.
Yeah, really? Okay. Leslie knew 2 of them and she didn't know the other 2. So could you read them again?
Sure. The remaining choices are of songs that were co-written and are on that Peter Allen.
Yeah.
Allen.
That he's saying.
Don't
Right.
Cry Out Loud. B, I Honestly Love You. Or D, When I Need You.
I have no idea. None.
No pun intended.
Exactly.
Fun, yes.
Well, what are the first 2?
Don't Cry Out Loud. I Honestly Love You.
I'll go with I Honestly Love You.
Yes, but what song are you choosing? Is that your final answer?
Sure, it's a total guess and it's probably wrong.
Honestly, you're right. It's wrong. So, David Sheward,
Okay.
pile on some more points. You have 2 choices here.
2 options.
All right. Read the question again.
Sure. Happy to. Let me get back to that page. Come on. Here we go. Has to do with today being the day that Legs Diamond closed.
Right.
So, 3 years after Peter Allen's death, A&M Records released the very best of songs that are on there because he sang them and co-wrote them and so forth. Which of these, though, is not on that record because it's not in any way a Peter Allen song?
All right. So is it Don't Cry Out Loud or When I Need You? And I know both of those songs. Don't Cry Out Loud was Melissa Manchester. And the other one was Leo Bayer Sayer, whatever his name was. Well, I guess he could have co-written either one of those. So we got a 50-50 chance here. And if it's Don't Cry Out Loud, that means we will have 5 A's. Baby cried the day the circus came to town. Cause she da na 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 na. When and they either of them could be Peter Allen song. I don't know. All right, you know what? I'm gonna say it's gonna be really weird, and I'll go with did Peter Allen co-write Don't? I think he did co-write Don't Cry Out Loud. So I'll say When I Need You.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, yes.
Well, David Sheward, you are certainly not a man in need, because that is the correct answer. You got two more points.
2 more points.
Yeah, Don't Cry Out. All of those songs were co-written by Carol Bayer Sager.
Mm-hmm.
When I Need You was co-written and sung by Leo Sayer. So he wrote that with her. Alan had nothing to, never sang it, never.
So it's
never did
Carol Bayer Sager and Leo Sayer did When I Need You.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I Need You. Big hit for him. Yeah.
David, I don't think your score has ever been this high. This is an absolute rout.
8 or
Excellent.
10.
It's a 10 and it's
10,
a rout.
Who wrote
Yeah.
Don't Cry Out Loud?
That was Carol Bayer Sager and Peter Allen.
And Peter Allen
wrote all the others with Carol Bayer, and
so he did that, and for Melissa Manchester.
Yeah.
Or she picked it up eventually.
I don't know. I have to go back to the interview that she did on this program. So just little self-promotion. Okay, let's get to our final question in the third round, even though this is already a win-win-win. And guess what, David, you can get, I think David at one point had 14 in one of these.
Oh, did he? Well,
Yeah.
go for the dozen, David. Go ahead.
That's
You got nothing to lose. Go for the dozen.
yes.
The year was 2017.
Uh-huh.
All those years ago. 17 people were killed in Mozambique today when heavy rains toppled a 50-foot high mound of garbage in the poorest section of capital city Maputo. Which of these is false about Mozambique?
Okay.
A, though the official language of Mozambique is French, only about a third of the population actually speak it. B, if Scrabble accepted place names, Mozambique would score higher than any other country in the world. C, conservationists are trying to rescue Mozambique's nearly extinct rhinoceros by cutting its horns off. Or D, their flag has an AK-47 on it. One of these is false about Mozambique.
False. Which of these is false? They all sound pretty false. M-O-Z. Oh, the Z and the Q.
Right.
The Z and the Q. So that would make it true. And they want to rescue the rhino by cutting off their horns?
Yeah, because then the poachers won't go for them.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I hadn't thought of that. Then I'll say which of these is not true or true.
Right.
Which of these is false? The flag. Well, so Scrabble was probably true. Thank you, Leslie. That means the rhino is true. I had no idea.
No skin off my nose.
I didn't think of that. I get it.
Your horn. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So it's either only a third speak French, or the flag has an AK-47 on it. I'll say only a third speak French is false.
Is not true. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, David Sheward, you are speaking my language because you have tacked on. Yeah.
Wow.
Thanks to Leslie, you've tacked on another 2 points here.
Very good.
I'm
It is at 12
sorry.
now.
It didn't seem that it made any difference whether, I said that or
Right.
not.
And there are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 A's.
I'm sorry?
Wow. Yeah, 5 A's.
Oh, 5A. Yeah, that's right.
5 A's.
Yeah. Well, that's a great report card right there. By the way, I will say Mozambique, the official language is Portuguese. It's not French at all.
Really?
Yeah. Go
You
figure.
had me at French. I would have believed that.
50% speak Portuguese in the land. I'll tell you also.
I learned so much from this show.
Yeah.
That's the point, yeah. 34 points is what you would get if Scrabble allowed Mozambique.
Wow.
It beats because Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, which each have 30 points, they're tied for second. And their flag has an AK-47 crossed with a garden hoe.
Oh, God.
Communism. And this is a beautiful thing. The garbage thing. So it's a poor section of town. They live near this mound of garbage. And the government begs people to move away. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
they don't have any money to do it, but it begs them, just get away. You're living next to a mountain of garbage. The rain season comes, you know, it killed like 17 people, but then the dry season comes back, the people come back, and the garbage goes up, 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 up. And this one time, like, you know. And also,
Is that where have they sold the space? Like, I know that people sell the dumping rights to that. So is that what they did? The garbage comes from all over the world. It's not just Mozambique's garbage.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. I do know that they say the poor people pick through the garbage also
Sure.
for things to sell. So,
Why not?
Sure.
yeah, no, I'm saying, but you make it unstable.
But
and then
but
rains
there
come.
are countries that have
Oh.
sold
Before
land
we go-
rights for garbage.
Excuse me, just 1 second, 1 second.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
You know, in Cairo, there's a whole neighborhood, and it's the trash neighborhood, but it's because those people sort the trash who live in this neighborhood,
Oh,
and they get paid by the government to help out because there's so much trash in Cairo. You know.
Really? Is there? Wow.
shouldn't it just be like old falafel pita bread? What do they have? What do they? What do they
Oh my goodness, we drove through it because we were on our way to see something, and it was something I remember.
But is it like Secaucus? Does it smell as well?
Yeah. Yeah, it smells.
Oh.
Well, I remember watching, and this is not a joke. I did watch a couple of years ago a documentary about the Warsaw Ghetto, and one of the things, well, this is before, like, still in 1930s, of how horrible the ghetto was even before the Holocaust, quote unquote, started. And with it right on the side of the building was just everybody's shit in an enormous pile of people's shit because they didn't have decent sewage, and you know, people just living near that, and that's why they got typhus and they got cholera and they got before the concentration camps, before all of that. Fun stuff. So before David comes back for the tiebreaker, Vicki, why don't you tell us a little bit or remind us what you do in the theater every weekend?
I do. In fact, I'm on stage tonight. So I have a multitude of shows, and right now it is Late Night Catechism and Bible Bingo. But in just a month, we segue into Easter Bunny Bingo because the Lenten season starts.
Yeah.
And I have to go out and buy Peeps and chocolate and anything that's related. And I do want to say, a couple years ago, I found a cereal, a cereal box of Peeps cereal. And I'm really hoping I can find it again this year.
No, you're not. No, nobody's hoping to find Peeps.
Nobody wants to eat it, but
Does that
Sorry about
say
that.
diabetes cereal? And
yeah, it should. It definitely should.
Jeez.
But
A little bit
yeah, so that's
insulin in
what I
every
do.
box. Yeah.
Right.
So, Leslie Hoban Blake. Well, before David, we're going to get to the tiebreaker in a minute. But Leslie,
Why?
Tell us about Critics Circle. What's the latest?
We have the new opening, as I mentioned. It isn't posted yet, but we just finished our Cyrano review, and I'm just
Cyrano
trying to
movie.
think.
Yeah.
Charlie was supposed to see Intimate Apparel, but they canceled the performance.
Oh,
Someone in the cast was ill, and they didn't say out because of what.
Yeah.
So
Cholera,
they're being
probably.
coy about it. I don't understand them being coy at this point. You know, you should really tell people what the illness is. But in any case,
Not if
So-
it's work, you know.
I was
Not if it's
supposed.
and Intimate. I'm sorry.
I was
I mean, the rest of the shows are opening in March, so
Oh, I was supposed
I'm going to try to catch up. My plan is to go back in March. That is my plan as of today, is to start going back in March. We'll see what happens.
And David, you were about to say.
I was about to say I was supposed to see the Michael Jackson musical, and they emailed everybody that afternoon to say that there's a that non-COVID related illness or incident, and I later found out it was because the lead had a foot injury,
Oh,
Oh.
so he's going to be out for a while, and we'll catch up with it when he's back in it.
Oh, no, that's
And I'm making plans and eager to see Leslie Nichol, Mrs. Patmore, who is coming to Chicago with her musical. How the hell did I get here?
Oh,
It's only
great.
going to be in Chicago and Pittsburgh right now.
Okay, yeah.
it's a full cast. It's not just a one-woman
Oh no,
show.
it's just her, I think.
Oh, it's a one-woman musical. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, we're all, this was the first week, as I said, that I've been back to the theater since before Omicron. You know, I'm seeing some of these shows going, just like, I can't.
Well, David, you
it's not
get to
working.
go back. I mean, all you have to do, I plan to go and see Michael Jackson and I just check in with the press people. That's what I asked you for that list for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. By the way,
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm watching Inventing Anna on Netflix,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
the Anna Delvey story. Do you remember in New York when that was going on?
No,
That
it doesn't ring a bell.
investigation and how she was taking advantage of people and the con artist? No?
We
No.
have so many of them. I can't think of one particular one.
Well,
David was busy showing his
His magazine.
interrelated.
I can't
Let's see that.
advertise it. I can't promote it officially. I'm just saying it was really helpful. I sent Leslie a copy this week because, well, I need to all the press agents for the Broadway shows and the off-Broadway shows. Where can I find those? And I said, I
Well,
don't know a magazine.
The reason I need to check, of course, is that everybody's gone to some other place. Because of the pandemic, my previous lists are practically worthless.
Yeah.
Because people have moved from one company to another or started their own companies, or
Or
Juliana
Richard-
Hannett has started just a regular press company.
Who did?
Juliana Hannett
Oh, okay, cool.
is not just theater anymore. She's doing theater
Most of them
and
are
general
not just
press.
theater, and they can't be, or they couldn't be the past 2 years. There was,
So, and many people just let people go because of that, because they couldn't keep them on a payroll. So,
sure.
thank you for that, David. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. If you
Hey,
like
Dave,
it,
could I
it's
see
fine.
that publication again in case I just want to order it online? And leave it up so I can write it down. Oh, I
It's
see.
It's called The
performing
Insider.
arts.
Restoration is
and
Playfest.
I could get that online, right?
You can get it mailed to you as a PDF if you so inclined.
How
You
wonderful.
don't have to- yeah, it's a wonderfully performing arts insider. Been around since 1944. I'm not kidding.
I've heard about that.
And before I took it on, Richmond Shepard was the editor, and he brought me in for a few years, and then I took it over. And it's still, to quote Elaine Stritch, it's still here. But I'm not doing advertising for it. I'm just saying. David Sheward, what are you writing about this week?
Let's see. I just did a blog on the David Desk about the latest and maybe last Woody Allen film, Rifkin's Festival, which was playing on one cinema screen in New York, in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Which I went to see on Super Bowl Sunday.
Only you. Only you. Well, it was probably so in the afternoon anyway, but
yeah, it was in the afternoon, and I just was curious to see. I've seen all of his movies, so I just figured may as well. And it wasn't very good. It wasn't very good.
The last one wasn't either. The one about New York, rainy day in New York.
That was good,
that
but
called.
in comparison to Rifkin Festival,
Really?
it's pretty good.
Why do you think it's the last one? He said so, or you just think
Because
he's
he's
going to die?
85 years old. He may be getting tired of doing this. Fewer and fewer people want it, but he may keep going. He has said
Who was in Rifkin?
Wallace Shawn,
Oh.
Gina Gershon, Christoph Waltz, and a bunch of Spanish and French people.
Okay.
And
it's shot in Europe.
It's shot in Spain, and this happened after a lot of people said, "I'm never going to work with Alan again. I'm donating my salary to charity."
Right.
This makes me wonder. A quick question, since you're all here. Does anybody in this room have a problem with going to a Woody Allen, spending money and going to a Woody Allen movie?
No, I did it. So no.
Well, I'm of two minds. I watched the 4-part series. It made me more confused than ever. It made me feel very sorry for that poor girl, who's the center of the story, the daughter. It made me feel very sorry for Woody Allen, because he seemed truly bewildered by it, but then he seems bewildered most of the time. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. Having spent a good, half my life at this point, maybe, watching Woody Allen movies, it saddens me that this is the way his career is going to end that and Roman Polanski. I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, and Vicki, you pointed to yourself. You're like, I'm not going to attend the Woody Allen. I'm not going to.
You know what? And it was long before these accusations. It was the whole Sun Yi. It was the fact that, that he was
dating his child.
he
Well,
was
not
connected.
biological, but yeah.
No, but he was connected to her mother, and I thought it was just creepy that
Yeah.
she finds naked photos of her daughter. I mean, the whole thing just creeped me out, and I thought, it was bad. And then add in now the rest of this, but
Well,
for me it was.
I mean, I think, yes, that aspect of it is creepy, but I think that I don't believe the Dylan accusations, and I think that was manufactured by Mia Farrow. I think she
That's what I am
she
meaning.
coached the girl, and because it's what's supposed to have happened. It is supposed to have only happened one time, and there were other people in the house at the time, and the details are all different, and it doesn't make sense. The other part of
But
it
the
is,
hatred is so palpable. I mean, that people could hate someone so much that they would destroy him
and I think
in that way.
and I think that Alan sort of is not. No, he's not entirely innocent, but it's
No.
just, and it's weird that. But he's been with Sun Yi for all this time, and there are no reports of him molesting anybody else or harassing women on the set or anything like that. And I think certain other people do deserve this ignominy, like Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby and Kevin Spacey. And their
Well,
careers.
Cosby's exonerated. Cosby's out of prison.
Well, no, not. I don't think he's
He's not
exonerated.
exaggerated.
He's not
It's
of the
because my
charges, just
former
he's out of
classmate-
jail, that's all.
It's because my former classmate, Bruce Castor, worked out some kind of deal with him and he got out on a technicality.
Okay.
It doesn't mean he didn't attack those 5 million women.
That's
and
exactly
it's also
right.
the fact that Cosby and Spacey and all those other people, millions of people are coming out of the woodwork saying this is what happened to me. But with Alan, it's just the one thing.
Accuser.
By the way, what they don't ever talk about is that I did read that book that he insisted on writing, which was just stream of consciousness and terrible, and he shouldn't have written it. It was not up to his quality kind of stuff. I think, I don't remember what the name was. Anything was in the
Apropos
title.
of nothing.
Thank you. Well, that it wasn't anything, it was nothing. But he and Sun Yi have raised two daughters who are now in college. They adopted an Asian child and a Caucasian child, both girls. They raised them both. I met them together when they did Vicki Barcelona thing, which was screened at HBO, and they did this sumptuous back in the day when they did things like this, sumptuous, a buffet, and everybody was talking to Woody Allen, and Sun Yi was standing in the corner. And so I walked over to Sun Yi because I figured I don't need to fight you. And she was really grateful that I talked to her. He came over and he was grateful that I talked to her. I mean, people have shunned her over the years. Is she guilty of something maybe she is. Maybe she seduced him. Who the fuck knows? Does anybody really care anymore? They got married. They've had a life. No, they got married. They've had a life. It's about Dylan. The problem is about Dylan. I long ago forgot about the Sun Yi thing because they made it okay as far as I was concerned. I know Mia Farrow wasn't happy, but to ruin her other daughter's life that way is just beyond me.
Well, if you're at a press event, for, let's say, a Clint Eastwood movie, and Clint Eastwood walks in with his wife, whoever, and she's in one corner and he's in another. It's not that they're shunning her. It's just that the press wants to talk to Clint friggin' Eastwood.
No, I know. I totally understand that. But no. I didn't mean they shunned her at that. I mean, in general, she has been shunned. That was what I meant. And
Do you
actually,
think so?
if you look at it,
I don't ever read anything that's negative about her.
Oh,
It's
I
always
do.
about him.
Kind of
Is there
dismissed.
a lot about her?
Yeah, that she planned the whole thing, that she set it up, that she
seduced him.
seduced him.
In the book, apropos about nothing, every third page, he talks about how beautiful she is and how much he loves her. Every third or fourth page. He just throws it in, whether he's talking about anything that has to do with anything or not. And
He did say the heart
they
knows
had a life.
what it wants or something.
Also, I was just reading that he has another book of comic essays coming out.
Really good.
So he found a publisher.
I mean, however long he lives, his legacy.
Or he self-published it, David, maybe, I don't know.
I saw years ago, I saw an essay, and I believe it was by Roger Ebert. The idea was which filmmakers are going to have an impact 100 years from now. Who will we remember, and who will we not remember? And Woody Allen came up as he's going to be irrelevant. We're not going to remember him.
Who knows? Maybe.
And I thought that was interesting.
Maybe.
I think he'll be remembered.
Well, if it was Roger Ebert, there were several films that had not been made yet.
Right.
You
of
know,
course.
so
Bosom
I'm
time.
cold.
Oh.
I'm cold.
Bosom time. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
it's
David,
cold.
It's
It's cold.
well, with Soupy Sales, it was the hand. David Lefkowitz goes far beyond the
I
hand.
was just going to say.
Well, in the
one
shower
of the-
sometimes. Yes.
Oh, and one other thing I'm writing is I have to finish it. A review of Intimate Apparel and Black No More. I have to get around to that.
Well, that's
And-
a nice pairing, isn't it?
And The Music
Don't
Man.
have a nice pair. What?
Yeah, and The Music Man. And I also am writing about the Oscar-nominated films I'm seeing, including the short subjects and the cartoons and so forth.
Cool.
So
And
is
by-
it Will Smith's year to win?
It's between him and Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh, Benedict Cumberbatch.
Shane loves
But
Benedict
and
Cumberbatch.
if I were voting, I would vote for Benedict Cumberbatch because I think it's a more complex performance. But it'll probably be Will Smith because they'll say it's his turn.
The sentimental vote. I just want to say one more thing about the Woody Allen Sonny thing, and that is that if you look at pictures of him now, he is a little old man.
Well, he's 85.
Yeah.
He's 85 years
Shrunk
old.
down.
Of course he's a little-
He's about this big now,
He's
and
85.
he's old,
Leslie,
and she
Yeah.
has to take care of him.
No.
So, in other words, it's something about the going around. Justice goes around and comes around and
Well,
whatnot.
that's any couple.
no, but also like they found all of the Nazis in Argentina, and they were frail old men, but in their heyday, they were
Yeah. Well,
mass murderers.
That wasn't my point. My point was that she now has to take care of him.
but
Well,
that,
that
well,
was my only
people live
point.
long enough. Leslie,
knows
with any
that.
couple. I mean, I know it's ironic in their
Yeah, but-
case.
I
he
know.
was a father,
In their
but-
particular case, it's particularly ironic.
That's
That's
so
all.
much money that I mean, she might be doing some hands-on care, but they can afford to get it probably.
Yeah.
a caregiver
Yeah.
there.
Oh, they could afford to buy him a house to live in. I know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
at least
yeah.
one of the children with
they
Mia
adopted.
Farrow stays in touch with him.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Moses.
son whose name I can't remember. The
Moses.
Asian.
Moses, exactly.
And his close
Moses
friends
Farrow.
won't turn.
Moses,
Roberts,
right.
Diane Keaton, they don't turn on him. They're still, his friends in his corner because to them,
Listen, R. Kelly had friends, right?
fair enough.
Well-
Joyce and R. Kelly have friends. Let's get to the tiebreaker question of.
Oh my God, we haven't done that yet. That's right.
Yeah.
All right, piece of
This
paper.
was fun, friends.
Yes, I'm
I
ready.
feel like this is our water cooler and we sit around.
Pretty
and
much, yeah.
chat
This
over
is,
the
this
It
is
can be more
So
like
what
that.
did you
which is
watch
fine.
last week?
It's your remote
What?
water cooler. I love it.
cool.
I missed
remember
that,
when
David.
Hill
I
Street
talked over you.
Blues was out. You remember Hill Street Blues? And
Oh,
and
yeah.
that was the days you only watched one episode and then you had to wait the whole week
Yeah,
later.
that was
for
my
the next
favorite
episode.
show. I
Uh,
never
but
missed- I never missed an episode.
everybody talked about Hill Street Blues. I mean,
David,
it
I
was-
still can't hear what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said that was one of my favorite shows. That was just.
Oh,
a
yeah.
Oh,
comment.
okay.
Dum, 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 dum. This question, though, is not about Hill Street Blues. And it
Okay.
doesn't count at all because David, by the way, congratulations. He won.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Amazing,
David.
David. Amazing.
Very, very, really, truly yeah, he
Thank
gets a banner. He should really get a banner.
Thank you. Thank you.
12 in one show. That's what he should
Fine,
get.
Thank you.
Well, he'll probably get 2 more points on this, but let's see if everybody gets points on this. One more. I did a lot of entertainment questions this
I
week.
don't want to ruin my losing streak by getting it right. Okay.
We'll see. You might get this, Vicki. You
Okay.
might.
I'm hoping not.
Okay.
We go all the
Try
way to
that.
1911 for this question. Born today in Bombay, though she would spend years telling people she was born in Tasmania, is this actress Oscar nominated in 1935 for The Dark Angel and known for such other films as The Private Life of Henry VIII and Desiree? Name that actress whose boyfriends included David Niven and John Wayne.
You didn't have to give that many clues,
Yeah, I think I'm right about this.
I wouldn't have gotten, but let's see if David looks a little perplexed.
I think I know.
We can go round robin and see.
You had me at Tasmania.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Well, it's,
definitely.
it's a fairly well-known fact among
He has it.
those of us who love
Oh,
old
we're gonna
movies.
find out. So has
Maybe
everybody
wrong.
written? Oh, we'll
I hope I'm right now that I'm mouthing off. I certainly hope I'm right.
All
So
right.
do we all have answers?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give it.
Got it?
I'm going to read the question, give it 3, 2, 1, and then hold your answers up to the lens. 1911. Born today in Bombay though she would spend years telling people she was born in Tasmania, is this actress, Oscar nominated in 1935 for The Dark Angel, known for such other films as The Private Life of Henry VIII and Desiree. Name the actress whose boyfriends included David Niven and John Wayne. 3, 2, 1. Let's see him.
Merle Oberon.
That's what I have, yeah.
No, wait, Vicki, you got it. But yeah.
I did. My 2 points.
Yay! Everybody got it. Merle Oberon.
It was just some documentary or something about her I
Yeah,
watched.
it's
Not long ago. And that
TCM,
whole thing.
TCM did a whole thing on her, and they talked
Yes.
about it when.
Right.
Well, Merle to bed, Merle to rise. Makes you all healthy with points.
She was stunning, though. She was a stunning woman.
Gorgeous.
Very good
Gorgeous.
looking.
Stunning.
I know the story about her. She was stunning, and then she had a horrible accident.
facelift?
She had all sorts
really?
of- And they had to use a lot of makeup and stuff halfway through her career. It almost killed her career.
From a facelift? I did not know that.
No, not from a facelift. She was in, I don't know if it was a car thing. I don't remember. Or she was
Why didn't she
disfigured.
go on botch? She could have gone
Oh.
She could have gone on botched, Joyce is saying, like, in utero botched. But well done, Merle Oberon. I'm trying to find an Oberon joke, and I'm failing.
Something
Well,
about
you can go to Midsummer Night's Dream.
Midsummer Night's Dream or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, well, that's if you're handing me the puck. Let's see.
By the way, I have 2 Tallulah Bankhead biographies on my shelf, but I can't get to them because I have stuff in front of them, like photographs and whatnot.
So go to the index and look up Yankees and Dodgers.
No, I don't need to look up anything. I'm just saying I've got the book.
Giants.
And
Yeah,
the Billie Holiday story is not in it because nobody told that kind of truth back in those days.
Mm.
But I also have a book called The Something Sewing Circle. And that's all about famous Hollywood lesbians. And that's where those stories
is
are.
one of your 2 biographies by Lee Israel?
Yes,
Uh,
I think so. You know what? I can't be sure. I
famous-
think so, though.
the famous
That's a
forger.
famous, forger. I'm not sure if that's, I have 3 shelves of biographies, but they're alphabetical, and the B shelf is covered with photographs.
Well, fun for you to look through over the weekend. Over the long holiday weekend. Go.
So I
Video.
watch the show every time you put it up on YouTube, just so you know. So I can't wait to watch the early part of the show.
Oh yeah, Judy Collins was absolutely delightful with Rabbi
She
Sal.
went deep about suicide, right?
Well, her son did something that you never.
She said she was from the Lost Tribe of Ireland.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, she kind of caught the rabbi out on that one. He was like, "What?" Anywho, I know the rabbi's intimate thoughts somehow. I just
Did you ever see her at one of the nightclubs where she comes in and she's a nightclub singer now? We're talking about Judy Collins,
I saw
right?
her, honestly, last time I saw her in concert, she came to Greeley, Colorado about 4 years ago. Because she's, half the time in Colorado. Anyway.
Right.
She does a lot of stuff up there. And she came to our local performing arts center and did a Judy Collins. She was Judy Collins in person on tour. She sang her.
No, but that's what you would expect. But in New York, she went to the Carlisle.
Well,
and
why
she
not?
came out in a gown with a guitar. I found that hysterically funny. I mean, the incongruity of wearing a gown and strumming a guitar,
Well,
And
if
she
anybody
was a
knew her,
chanteuse.
Judy Collins.
She did her stuff, but she was a chanteuse. It was just very funny to me. Lovely seeing you all.
Yeah. Let me thank one more time. I'll go the opposite way since he's our winner, David Sheward. Read him in theaterlife.com, culturaldaily.com, as well as his blog, which is The David Desk. So read about all the shows that he's reviewing and the movies and all of that in those places. Leslie Hoban Blake, watch her with Charlie Gross on Critics Circle. You can find that on their YouTube channel. It's called Critics Circle. And Vicki Quade, if you are in Chicago, please go see her plays. One of them is Late Night Catechism. The other is Bible Bingo. And then just a couple of weeks away from Easter Bunny Bingo. Get your tickets now. Well, it's time for kisses. Thank you, guys. You were wonderful. What a delightful, fun chat. I'm going to let you go one by one. Have a great week, everybody. And thanks for playing our Today, Yesterday quiz. And bye-bye, David Sheward. Have a great one.
Bye, winner. Bye,
And
winner.
just your
Winner, winner,
husband.
chicken dinner.
Yes.
And I hope your husband feels...
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I hope Jerry's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Bye-bye, David, and bye-bye.
He's going to be so uncomfortable for a while. My son had shoulder surgery. It was horrible.
Yeah, I would be thrown by that. Bye-bye, Leslie. The Dave's gone by. Facebook, your podcast, your program, your the stream live on this freezing. This is why I keep doing this. I'm sorry to keep doing this with my hands. No, I'm fine. This keeps me like crisp and chipper, but it is a little chilly in here. We've got the home heating oil people outside for a while.
I think we have a contract from my mom now.
Well, good. Yeah, exactly. So I'm warming my hands on this tea that my darling and adorable wife Joyce made me and refilled me. She made me 2 cups of tea. This show goes on much longer. It'll be like that. How many cups of tea? What was the book that the guy wrote?
1,000,000 cups. Is it 1,000,000 cups?
I think it's 3 or something like that.
Cups of tea?
Yeah. But anywho, thank you all of you who have stayed and are staying overtime to watch more of this episode of Dave's Gone By. We still have more show to do. We really do. As a matter of fact, we've got to bring Rabbi Saul Solomon back for his rabbinical reflection. These are the poems that he shared, classic Jewish love poems of a sort, that he shared as part of Gingold Theatrical Group's Valentine's Day virtual slam of poetry and songs and things like that. So we have his segment, and we can play that for you a little later in the show. We have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, where we go to Model, Colorado. There's a town called Model in Colorado. And oh my gosh, do we want to do, let's do like 10 minutes of Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Just because they're stacking up and they're fun. Greeley Crimes and Old Times is a segment.
I think, David,
Yeah.
Bill might have tried to join on your Facebook. Did he message you? Because he
No.
tried to join
Well,
the quiz.
I don't see my Facebook, but I see my Zoom. I
And
cannot
Bill
concentrate.
Bill
Yeah.
said,
Yeah. Now we're talking about Bill, my stage manager,
yeah,
Bill?
he said very insightful about it, and then he said, well, never open end up to viewers to answer. So I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know what that means. But then I said to him, do you mean to join the Zoom? And then he said he had to go.
Oh,
I
well.
don't know. Maybe.
Because back in the day, remember we used to have the people typing in their answers and
No,
trying to
but I
beat
think he
the.
wants to, because he could type it in.
Absolutely.
But you could see that because he's writing me there. I think he means somehow.
I don't know.
Maybe never opened it up. Maybe he thinks he can join on Facebook. That if he messages you on Facebook, you could, put him in.
I could.
I
Well,
don't know.
but again, I'm not looking at Facebook while I'm doing the show. It's enough for me to just zoom in on Zoom and concentrate on that, even though Facebook is open, because it is, because we're streaming to Facebook. Let's do a couple of Greeley Crimes and Old Times, and I will give a shout out to Bill, who was the stage manager on a couple of off-Broadway shows that I did, and I hope to employ again at some point in the.
We liked the Judy Collins interview. It's very insightful.
Oh.
And your cousin Mark wrote in.
Oh, Mark, hey.
What did you write? Hold on.
Hey, cuz.
He said, well done, cuz, David.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Oh, and Stan wrote back and said something, too.
Oh, Stan. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm waiting for another photo from Stan of him grafting my head onto something unbelievably. What would be appropriate for this week? I don't know. Maybe the Stan. I'm just going to throw this out there.
Oh, God,
Shirtless Putin.
I think you'd be great as Putin on the horse.
Yeah, the famous Putin shot. I'll give you a face that you can, crop and paste. It's like.
Do like a Russian, Igor,
There you go. Got it? You got it? You can just. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Are you ready, my darling, for some criminality, for some Greeley Crimes and Old Times? This is a segment that has to do with 2 columns that appear in a newspaper called the Greeley Tribune, an actual real newspaper from Greeley, Colorado. And one thing that they do every week is they make intentionally funny columns out of real world stuff. So when phone calls come into the local police department and you've got people complaining about things in their neighborhoods, and I'm not talking about the really scary actual crimes, but things that are a little more weird, people call the police and that becomes public record. The newspaper collects the funniest ones and puts them in a column every week. They also have a column that our friend Mike Peters puts together called 100 Years Ago, of items that were in the newspaper in Greeley, Colorado back in 1922. And so to modern eyes, they can sometimes seem a little cute and funny or weird. We put these together in this segment that we on Dave's Gone By call Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Yes, Greeley Crimes and Old Times, ladies and gentlemen. We do it every week here in the Daverhood, assisted as we always are by my darling, adorable, and wonderful and very warm wife. I do like being held and nestled to her bosom.
I know my nose is like, ooh, it's like leaky, you know.
Well, I'm hoping the boiler in this house came with the house, which was built sometime in the 1940s or early 1950s. The boiler should have been replaced 30 years ago. We keep it going because it's a real monster. It does the job, but it needs a little goosing now and then. I'm just hoping they can keep it laying some golden eggs for a few years more. Anywho, let's goose up this program with some Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Are you ready, hon? Don't know why I'm faking that excitement, but here we go. A caller. I don't hear. Do you hear the phone? Oh, hold on. Let me grab it.
I think I kicked it. I hurt my foot with that.
Oh, yikes. Okay, don't be kicking because I gotta pick up this.
I'm
Hold.
connected like an umbilical.
A phone call. Somebody's on the phone.
Sure. Oh, hold on. I think
Please.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Okay, please hold. Okay. Yeah, no, I got a baby in the background. Yeah, what can I do for you? A caller? Yeah, you're on 6th Avenue. Really? Oh, well, thank you for calling. Yeah, no, I'll alert the audience. Thank you. This caller reported that a man with a saddle rang his doorbell and was hitting things on his porch with leather tassels.
I think that's called a Valentine stripogram.
It's like the gay Fuller Brush Man. What the hell is that?
Listen.
It's also unclear whether the cowboy man was hitting things with leather, or he was hitting things that had leather tassels on them.
I think he probably was hitting something with something he had with leather tassels, but it's poorly
it is.
constructed.
It's hard to.
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, they need some better writers.
Do you want the heat for
I am fine. My hands are a little cold, but I'm. As soon as I get off this show, I'm gonna be like Ice Cube. But this, it's like.
I thought you liked Dre.
Back when I used to see David Letterman when he was doing his show on NBC. He would kept the theater like 61 degrees.
So people weren't not falling asleep.
And also, there's so many hot lights hitting that stage. You want to be comfortable. But the audience was like, I remember, it was like, wow. And comedy needs cold. It does. A caller. Oh, man! All these. I can discern when calls are coming. No. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, no, we're here. We're doing Dave's Gone By. Do you have an issue that you called the police about? Yeah. Oh, you're on 18th Street, and a man. Really? That's not nice.
What would tell us?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to share it. A man was outside for a couple of hours, hitting a tree with a crowbar. We make a lot. We make a big deal in our current psychology of not internalizing anger. Sometimes I think we should internalize anger.
Remember the Tears for a Fear song?
Shout. Let it up. But if you're hitting a tree with a crowbar, perhaps you should internalize some of that anger.
Well, David, isn't it because you told me trees kill?
Oh,
so
that's
maybe it was the tree that.
Maybe
killed.
it was this tree.
It might have been some. I think there might have been a real reason. It has a machete.
Look at that. Yeah, he may have gone after this very tree.
If your tree has a machete, I think you can kill it. That would have been self-defense. Listen, I watched Dateline. I know that would have been self-defense.
Oh man.
I'm well aware of self-defense on Dateline.
Let's do another crime. A caller.
I'm making more hot water for tea, so
Oh,
go ahead.
that's great. That's great.
Okay.
Just for the heat until they fix
Yeah, I
this
know.
thing. A caller at a fast food taco restaurant,
Oh, wait, hold on.
Tacos y Mas, reported that a man was in the bathroom for hours. Is that really a shock at a taco restaurant? I don't think so. When employees knocked, he asked, "Well, what are you gonna do? Call the police?" And I wouldn't be surprised if they said, "No, we're just wondering if we should call an ambulance."
No, that you, because some people, so I used to work with a lot of homeless people.
Yeah.
And if you have no place to bathe, I forget what they call it, not bird bath, but it's when you use the sink. So people might, or they do it in Penn Station. I used to see it, people fully bathe and wash their clothes and dry their stuff. So, it could be medical. It could be that he's ill, but it could also be that he's, or it could be selling naughty substances or engaging in naughty behaviors.
Yeah. No, I know, but it's funny that happening at a Mexican restaurant. He's in the bathroom. Like, I would give him about 5 hours before assuming anything was abnormal. But no, like Penn Station it's just, that was one thing I noticed.
Yeah.
The Moynihan part of Penn is beautiful. The other part is still, and you go up on that second floor around 10, 11 o'clock at night, looking for places to eat or grab something, and it's just homeless crazy. Lots of cops, but lots of homeless crazy.
Well, what I with all the heating stuff with my folks, and I called agencies, and I've learned a lot. I mean, it's my profession, right? And I learned. I told you what really it concerns me greatly that all the anti eviction, if you need assistance with stuff under COVID, the emergency assistance, it's waning away. So you're going to find a lot of people who are marginal just getting by, right? That when they lose those protections are going to be, you're going to see a lot more people who are just treading water sink. That's what I'm worried about. That when you're just treading,
you can keep treading, but as soon as the treadmill goes out from under you, it's like
when all those cautions. That's what all the practitioners we did in the study. We said, so what are your concerns post-COVID when you work with older people? And they were like that. A lot of these great programs and protections will sink. Yeah. And then also take people with them who are relying on them to.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're a commuter, if you want to go back and forth safely to New York, the homeless have been responsible for a lot of dangerous.
There needs to be, my thing. There needs to be structural change. We need shelters. We need emergency shelters that feed people into long-term housing where they get supportive services. Because when Reagan closed mental hospitals in the 80s.
And Lindsay put them on the street in New York in the 60s.
What's his name? Bloomberg flew people out of New York, got rid of homeless people, flew. I mean, that's not a solution. I think we need societal change. I mean, when we were in Sweden, not that they don't have homelessness and stuff, but they're socialist. It's this idea that every person matters in society and you have to get a bigger solution.
Yeah. Not to mention, if you fly people to Kansas, they can walk back in about a week.
And I had a student who did a thing about Chile years ago. In Spanish, it was all about extermination, where they would get and the whole thing was, did they really mean exterminate the street children? It's huge. I think that we're going to see this post or this current COVID phase. We're going to see people who have and people who have not, and I think the divide is going to get stronger.
Oh, the divide has just gotten stronger and stronger.
Getting wider.
Yeah, but there's also have-nots, and then there's crazy dangerous have-nots.
Well, there are people this is people who need help. Like my friend, when I worked with homeless families and women and children throughout the boroughs. Yeah. My friend, he worked up at Columbia. There was a men's shelter up at the Armory up at 168th, and many of the men, he said, had untreated mental illness, so schizophrenia.
Well, I have untreated.
Or they were veterans, and they saw war as hell. They saw ungodly events, and they need help. And he said they were struggling to get programs that could support it. So if you have any disease that's untreated, you can't function. It's basic, right? Basic.
And what do? You know, and we're already up to the ears in taxes. Who pays? Yeah. For helping people who are falling through the cracks and might need $30,000 to $50,000 a year apiece to live.
It's societal change. We need structural change, right? That's what we needed, but we won't get because we live in this society.
Well, the structure of this program is I banter a bit, I make some jokes, then we have a guest, then we have our quiz, then we get the rabbi back, and then and at some point in there, fairly loose structure, we have our Greeley Crimes and Old Time segment, which are items that were plucked from the last couple of weeks of the Greeley Tribune newspaper, although some of those items are from 100 years ago that were in the paper, and the rest just happened a week or two ago. For example, here's still one more recent. We okay? Thank you. One more recent crime.
Take it from me.
I'll take it from
I don't know how hot it is. I can't tell.
Here's some criminality. It's another corner. How do you like that? On 23rd Avenue.
It's like, hold on, I gotta...
Oh. It's waiting for the phone to ring. I got it. I'll get it. I got it. Caller on 23rd Avenue. Yeah, that's where you are. Mm-hmm. He did. Uh-huh. Oh, that's not good. She reported that her son accidentally left $50 after using a scan and go to make a transaction, and the following customer took the cash and refused to give it back. That's, sorry. It's not, it's finders keepers if the owner vanished. It's not finders keepers if, like, the guy ahead of you online.
Says the man who found $200 on the street.
Well, there was nobody. I went to a police station. I went to report it, and they said, "Are you kidding me?"
And they shot you.
Get
out of
here. Let's go back 100 to easier, simpler times. When we were worried about, we weren't worried about coronavirus. We were worried about smallpox, This is from a Tribune Republican column. That's what the newspaper was called back 100 years ago. The Boston Transcript newspaper led a story with the following statement, quote, "Shot to death, he refuses to give the name of his assassin."
What? If you're shot to death, how can you?
Yeah.
It's like, remember one time they said the person who was murdered wouldn't say the
right, yeah.
suspect? Like, how can you, if you're...
It's a bad headline is what it is, or his, and the paper said, even back 100 years ago, they followed that quote with, his excuse, of course, is that dead men should tell no tales. So, even then, they were playful about, like, Leno-type headlines back in 1922.
I guess you got to get people interested to listen to your stuff,
Now, a Greeley man in court for stealing a robe and a coat from an auto downtown told the judge he shouldn't be guilty because he was drunk when he did it. The judge was not happy with the excuse because it is illegal to drink alcohol, and the man was driving drunk. The man got a $100 fine, which was enormous back then, and 60 days in jail. So probably not the best. I was drunk.
That man became Johnny Cash.
Or Hank Williams, one of them. Yeah. Claiming you were drunk is probably not the best. Will never get you out of any trouble, I don't think. I think it's a wrong excuse to
well, unless you get married in Vegas, then it might be a good excuse. They say, "Why did you get married?" He said,
"I was drunk." Yeah, okay, maybe
or
so.
Or on the what's the bachelor party, right? Where they have all those hangover, where you say, like, "Why did you have Mike Tyson and a lion in your room, like a Bengal tiger and Mike Tyson?" Well, and Siegfried and Roy. I was drunk.
Stuff happens. Yeah, these things do happen. By the way, this is sad. A small frame house on 12th Street was destroyed by fire last night. The house, which was only a 10 by 16 feet edifice, was valued at $100. Wow. The woman who lives...
we can afford that.
Have the guy who was drunk pay his fine and she can afford the house. The woman who lives in the house said she lost all her possessions and a $5 bill that was in a drawer in the house. Yeah.
That's the one thing. One time they broke into Grammy's house and you had to give a list of what was taken.
Yeah.
And I remember the cops said, be truthful, don't add stuff.
Yeah.
Like you can't put like a 50-inch thing TV or whatever.
Or what was the value, the actual value. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't. He said sometimes people add, they become creative in what was in the house.
They want to pad the insurance. They want to say, it was TV that was worth.
You become Zsa Zsa Gabor. You have all your jewels and your.
One of the things we also do on Dave's Gone By in our Greeley Crimes and Old Time segment is go elsewhere for our comedy news. So we will find a story that is from somewhere else, not quite northern Colorado, but guess what? This one comes fairly close. It's from Nederland, Colorado. It was in, this is a story in the Greeley
I
Tribune.
know where that is, actually.
But this is happiness. This is joyfulness. We used to talk with our friends Fred and Wendy about this and going to this. We can't.
Oh, give a shout out to Fred and Wendy too.
Shout out to Fred and Wendy, our friends Friendy.
I miss them so much.
But guess what? What people missed is back. It's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Axe throwing?
After 2 years of pandemic-related cancellations, Frozen Dead Guy Days has been resurrected. The festival, which is based in Nederland, Colorado, honoring the town's cryogenically frozen Norwegian resident Brido Morstol, will commence March 18th through the 20th. Morstol, M-O-R-S-T-O-E-L.
Good Lord.
Said one of the organizers, quote, "We are thrilled to return to Nederland this year to celebrate Grandpa Brido after the COVID hiatus. We were just days away from our festival when the pandemic began. When the world shut down, so did we." Well, festivities for the Dead Guy Days kick off March 18th with the Blue Ball. It falls on a full moon, and attendees who pay their $25 fee will receive a certified acre on the moon from Lunar Land. Please note that, quote,
Oh, he likes it.
well, the blue balls of happiness, ladies and gentlemen. Festival attire is encouraged from all time, space, and frozen dimensions. So, you know, we're not necessarily talking about a Judy Collins gown and a guitar here. At the Blue Ball, folks can look forward to a Grandpa and Ice Queen look-alike contest, a moon dancing competition, and live music from Alfonso, Smooth Money Gesture, and of course the band Dead Floyd. The evening will be capped off with a silent disco session at 1 a.m.
Disco session.
A silent disco session. Think about that. Think about that. Said another organizer, we've got close to 30 coffin race teams.
Oh my God, David.
A parade of hearses, frozen t-shirt contest, that's brilliant, ice turkey bowling, I'm surprised they don't do curling, and lots of bands. Other events include the legendary polar plunge and human foosball. A doctor from the apropos of nothing, a doctor from the Hearing Conservation Program in Denver will be on site to deliver free hearing tests March 19th. Oh, the band's going to be that loud. It was wonderful.
What?
Said one organizer, quote, "We are so grateful for each and every person who took the time to help bring Frozen Dead Guy Days back from the deep freeze." Oh, honey, can we go?
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, come on. I think, no, my next vacation isn't until April, I think. Oh, darn it. But we can take a long weekend. We can see Grandpa Burrito. He's frozen there.
I don't want to see Grandpa Burrito. I don't want to see anybody named Burrito.
All right. Let's get back to some crimes and old times before we put this segment to bed here on Dave's Gone By. How about, let's see, some old time stuff? Yeah, why not? Restaurant food prices here have been very high during the war, but now the prices are going down. One college professor who buys meals for his students said he once had to pay as high as $9 for 20 meals. And now the price is going down.
Good.
Yeah. What do,
Sketchy stuff going on.
I don't even know what they're charging at Toby Kendall now for a meal. Maybe they've kept it. Well, Toby Kendall is the dining hall at the university where my wife teaches. Oh, honey, sexy time. Sexy. We have, and this is new, this is a pseudo smut alert.
Oh my God.
A pseudo smut alert, because
pseudo smut. Either it's smut or it's not.
well, no, this sounds like it should be dirty, even though it isn't. The writer has seen, and this is from 100 years ago, the writer has seen several oak trees where their bark is pitted as if by smallpox. Woodpeckers are pecking holes in the trees, and then squirrels are placing acorns in the holes. They are so tight, you can't remove them with your fingers. I don't know why. I don't know why that sounds unbelievably filthy. So, acorns and trees, and yet this line here, so tight you can't remove them with their fingers. I don't know, there's just something a little off about that, don't you think? We'll do another old-timey thing. Salute to Greeley resident Dan Stroll, age 75, back in the day, said he enjoyed a joke on his doctor. Quote, he told me I had only 2 weeks to live, and that was 38 years ago.
Whoa.
He caps that with, he's dead now, and I'm still kicking,
Oh, God.
Dan said with a laugh. It doesn't say, maybe he said it at the doctor's funeral. I was like, ha ha, guess what? You know. Anyway, we'll close out with one or two modern, new-timey things here on Greeley Crimes and Old Times. For example, a caller at a wings restaurant on 29th Street. Yeah, I gotcha. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not good. So the guest threw things at the server. And he wouldn't pay after it turned out his gift card was invalid. The man's wife was trying to get him to pay, but he refused to leave until officers showed up. It's like, if your gift cards aren't working, I understand that that's upsetting, but still. We'll do one more. I didn't get any laughs on that one. Let's do this other piece of crime. A caller on 22nd Street reported a half-naked woman. The caller reported a half-naked woman screaming, well, which half, and set milk down in front of the house. Kind of makes you wonder where that milk came from. Anywho, this is Today Yesterday, our quiz on Dave's Gone By, the 838th episode of the show. And that was Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool.
He was not.
I'm sure that you'll agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
What he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi, 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 yi-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi.
Oh, yes, we do love our Greeley Crimes and Old Times, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream. We still want to pay tribute to the Friends of the Daverhood and have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned on this episode of the show. But now...
You want to share your screen? What I see is you.
Yeah, I'm sharing because it's time, ladies and gentlemen, and don't you think it ought to be, it is time to bring Rabbi Saul Solomon back in the Daverhood. You know, he was, there we go. He was with us about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago interviewing Judy Collins, a wonderful segment that if you missed it, I hope you get to go back and hear in our archives. But Rabbi Saul was very busy this week. On Monday night, Valentine's Day, he completely ignored his dear wife, Miriam Libby, so that he could be doing a virtual rabbinical reflection as part of an off-Broadway theater company called Gingold Theatrical Company or Group. No, Gingold Theatrical Group, GTG. And they generally do George Bernard Shaw plays, but they also try and do some other stuff, especially fundraising stuff. But Monday night was just for fun. Monday night was inviting people who have been actors there, or they don't generally do new playwrights, but they're people connected with the Gingold Theatrical Group and other people in the theatrical community. They said, hey, please join us for Valentine's Day and do 3 minutes of, that's my darling adorable wife, Joyce again. Hello. Wait, it's boob nuzzling time. Oh, come on. That feels so good. I'm just going to sit here and go, So on Monday night, all these people got to do either songs or poems or stand-up comedy or parts of monologues, basically 3 minutes of whatever they want, open mic, that had to do either with Valentine's Day in a happy way, all about love and you know, romance and things like that, or it could be a sad thing. It could be a negative and dark take on Valentine's Day. Rabbi Saul chose to attend and perform, and he kind of struck a line, as he tends to do, right down the middle. So he read some classic Jewish poetry, most of which was horrible, because he wrote it himself. So in honor, I know it's a couple of days past Valentine's Day, but since you haven't seen it on this program, we're going to rerun Rabbi Saul's segment. It's about 3 minutes long, his rabbinical reflection, his weekly sermon, but this one is specifically sharing art and poesy about love and Valentine's Day. So please welcome the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Saul Solomon.
Hello, it's me, Rabbi Saul, with rabbinical reflections for you all. I come from Temple Songs of Bitches here in Great Neck, New York. Shut up and pay attention to me. Shalom, damn it! This is Rabbi Saul Solomon with a special poetical rabbinical reflection for Dingo Theatrical Group's virtual open mic night on this Valentine's Day 2022. You know, poetry is central to the Jewish people, from biblical psalms to Leonard Nimoy's Warmed by Love. Since poetry expresses love, I wish to share with you some classic Jewish poems of romance and arousal. For example, Rabbi Zeitlin of Detroit gave us this most appetizing sonnet. Shall I compare thee to a hot knish? Thou art more tasty and much cuter, with boobs as plump as gefilte fish and scrumptious nipples on each hooter. A knish is square, but thou do curve with far more spice than hot pastrami. Thy sexiness makes me a perv when thou dost swallow my salami. Thou art chicken soup for my soul and matzah farfel for my heart. Your kugel makes me lose control in a good way, not like when I shart. So long as Jews can schlep and kvetch and daven, I eat you up and give you all my lovin'. Is it any wonder Rabbi Zeitlin has restraining orders in 12 different Michigan counties? Let us consider this poem from the great Rabbi Vogel of Omsk. Roses are red, violets are thrilling me. I love you so much, but my prostate is killing me. Inspired by Rabbi Vogel, I too have written short verse, many in the haiku form. For example, this Hanukkah coup. Dreidels made of clay. When they dry, it's time to play. Women, the reverse. Of course, not all poems about love are so refined. For an earthier exploration of desire, we turn to Rebbetzin Meyrowitz, widow of the great Estonian Rabbi Leroy. Here's a gem from her shocking blue period, shocking because it was her first period since her 30s. There was a young girl from Tiberias, whose horniness made her delirious. They found her in Gaza, undressed in a plaza. Her pregnancy ain't that mysterious. In her latter years, Rebbetzin Meyrowitz became more audacious, disgusting even, as when she wrote, in order to brighten his sukkahs, Reb Mendelssohn hired 3 hookahs. They pulled on his payas and sat on his face and jammed an etrog in his tuchs. My friends, somewhere in the Torah, I'm not sure where, it says, love thy neighbor. Not possible, but we can still aspire to love, if only as a poetic ideal. My hope for all of you during these times is that you receive love. And when you do, may you have enough money to pay the girl and her pimp. This has been a rabbinical reflection from Rabbi Saul Solomon, Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. Valentine's Day Sameach.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, yes, send your complaints. I don't really do this after the Limerick of the Damned, but if you want to complain, remember the way to do that is Dave's Gone By at AOL.com. You can also compliment me or do all sorts of things there, anything you want me to know. I'll read basically every email I get, every message on Facebook. I don't necessarily respond back, but I certainly love to have your comments, your thoughts, positive and negative. So it's Dave's Gone By at AOL.com, or leave me messages right here on this Facebook page, Dave's Gone By. Either way, great to hear from you. Don't forget to check our Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2, and don't forget to check out Rabbi Sol Solomon's.
Did you ever find out who Radio Dave 1 is?
You know, I don't know. That's a great question. There was a radio, because it's a great name. Radio. I couldn't do Radio Dave, and I couldn't do Radio Dave 1.
Oh, so there was 2 others.
Yeah. And there's probably a Radio Dave 3 and 15. It's a great name, you know. But Radio Dave 2 is my personal Twitter handle. Rabbi Sol's Twitter handle is at Sol Solomon, at SOLSOLOMON. And his website, most importantly, is shalomdammit.com. This is the place where you can hear and read all of his rabbinical reflections. He's got 170 something of them, plus his 10 episodes, hilarious episodes that he did for Long Island Cable TV about a decade ago, and as important as the others, the show that he did, the musical that he did with Richard Shore off Broadway at the Richmond Shepherd Theater back in 2012. Honestly, that's a decade old now. Shalom Dammit, An Evening with Rabbi Sol Solomon, the long version, the early version, all of it, 2 hours of it, right there. Watch it anytime, shalomdammit.com. You'll also find it on YouTube, and I don't think we have the footage on davesgoneby.com. Maybe I'll add it there too. But definitely check it out. The show, Shalom Dammit, all there at shalomdammit.com. And we want to get the rabbi back on stage sometime later this year, Omicron permitting, maybe doing Shalom Dammit again, or the sequel, non-musical sequel, that has just been completed just about. It's almost finished with the second draft on it. So it's ready. It's ready. Not that anything the rabbi does is ready for public consumption, but for people who want to endure the rabbi, there's a show that's waiting there for them. We just need to get it up there somewhere. So, shalomdammit.com for all rabbi things. And by the way, if you want to read stuff that I've written over the years, going all the way back to the 1970s, and then when I became more of a professional writer in the 80s, go to davelefkowitz.org. davelefkowitz.org. Hundreds of my theater reviews, dozens of my feature stories and profiles of celebrities, and dozens of my song lyrics, and of course my one-act plays and my full-length plays. It's just this whole cornucopia of Daveness with more than 1,000 items up there from all over the years, and we're adding more all the time. davelefkowitz.org. Please do check it out. I hope you will enjoy it. Well, I'm enjoying doing this episode of Dave's Gone By live on this Saturday morning, February 19th, well, Saturday afternoon, February 19th. We're at almost the 4-hour mark of the show, which is, we're usually ended by now. We're already an hour overtime. We're usually finishing up, but I still have a little bit more to do. We've got our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, where we're going to model Colorado, but not before I do some thank yous again, which has to do with people who've been on this program either this week or in weeks or months or years past. We call them friends of the Daverhood. For example, today, thank you to Rabbi Sol Solomon for being on the show. Thank you to David Sheward for playing the Today Yesterday quiz. Remember, you can read him at the David Desk or his theater reviews on theaterlife.com and culturaldaily.com. Vicki Quade is in Chicago, appearing in, and she also co-wrote, Late Night Catechism and Bible Bingo. She's at the Greenhouse Theater in Chicago this weekend. And don't forget Leslie Hoban Blake as part of the video podcast Critics Circle, that you can watch just by going to the Critic Circle channel on YouTube. We thank them so much for being on today's show. But what about people who've been on this program long before today, or maybe a few weeks ago? What are they up to, I hear you ask? I'm going to let you know in this segment, Friends of the Daverhood. Yeah. Oh yeah. Diddly poo, diddly 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 poo, diddly 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 poo, diddly poo, tiddly dee, piddly 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 diddly dee. Anywho, these are, well, I'll just let you know what they're up to. For example, yeah, let me kill the music on this actually for a moment. I didn't know this. I wish I had known it. I apologize for not mentioning it 2 years ago when it happened. But I got a message from Terry Janning. Terry Janning wrote to say that our beloved Jeff Janning died on February 5th, 2020. I didn't know. I'm so sorry. No, Jeff Janning, Joyce, you know you love that album.
I play it all the time.
Play it all the time with songs like Bar Mitzvah.
Usually in the car.
My Child Is Now a Man. Hashem Is Everywhere. Just, he did this fun. Hashem is everywhere. On his album, Don't Eat Pork, which was a comic, rock and roll-ish fun record. It really is a fun record, catchy songs that he did.
Did he do Bubby and Zadie?
Yes! Here's to Bubby and Zadie and all of the things they gave me. You know what? Maybe I don't think I'll run into copyright trouble.
No, I think you did.
Oh, I think I need to find this now.
It's too soon.
Jeff Janning.
It's too soon, honey.
Let's see if I'm sure he has his songs on YouTube. Here's the topic. But anyway, our hearts go out to Terry, even though it's been 2 years now that Jeff Janning passed. I just didn't know. And it was a bit of a shock to find out, like this week, that the world lost Jeff Janning. Let's just turn off that commercial for Fresh Direct. Thank you very much. Don't want that. What we do want is, I don't even know these songs from a different album. Well, let's try this one. This is probably more serious. Let's do American Jew then, because this is probably a little less serious than the others. Yeah, that's a big of Jeff Janning with American Jew. Facebook hasn't blocked me yet. Maybe they'll block me with this classic from the Don't Eat Pork album. This is the one I listen to all the time. So the most important thing about doing this again is, if you find those catchy, if you find those amusing and fun, Jeff Janning's been dead for 2 years. His songs are still on YouTube. You probably still order his album maybe on CD Baby or maybe Amazon even. You know, keep the music going. He stays alive as long as people find his songs, play his songs, and get a chuckle out of them or get a little catchy song in their head sometime during the day. So a big farewell to Jeff Janning, American Jew. In happier friends of the Daverhood news, Anne Grayson's book, Gotham Kitty, is out. She finished it. It's published. You can buy it. Anne Grayson's book, Gotham Kitty. It's an actual written book for not even young audiences. It's just a cute Gothamy book, and it's not. What was I going to say? I don't even know what I was going to say, but it's a book. It's a readable book. It's not graphic novel or anything like that. It's a book, yes. By the way, tonight, Melissa Errico is at Feinstein's 54 Below, pushing her new album Out of the Dark from Ghostlight Records. Check out the lovely Miss Melissa Errico Saturday night, tonight, at Feinstein's. And then on Monday night, Clea Blackhurst, oh, she was so much fun on the show. Clea Blackhurst doing a tribute with Jerry Herman music that is at Birdland over on West 44th Street. On Thursday night this week, our recent, well, she's been a friend of mine for like 20, 30 years, but only recently on the show, theater critic and journalist Alexis Green, and also true crime author Alexis Green, is interviewing Emily Mann at the New York Public Library. Emily Mann is an important theater person, director, and Alexis wrote a bio of her that just came out a couple of months ago. That's why we had Alexis on the show. So to sell copies of the book, and also because these are kind of important people in theater, Alexis is interviewing Emily Mann live and in person at the Public Library on Thursday evening. On Friday, and then into the following Thursday, you can see, speaking of cabaret, Barb Younger, but she's directing somebody else's cabaret. It's Suzanne Mack with a cabaret show called Fragments that is being done at Pangea over on 2nd Avenue. So congrats to Barb Younger stepping behind the curtain for some cabaret stuff. Letting you know that every Wednesday now, or at least for one more Wednesday, I don't know if he's going to keep it going, but Robin Hitchcock is live streaming Facebook concerts on his Facebook page, Robin, R-O-B-Y-N, Hitchcock, one of the really creative, tuneful, marvelous rock musicians that came out of like the 90s and 2000s music scene. If you don't know Robin Hitchcock, you really, really, really should. And a great way to get to know him is to watch one of his concerts. And I think they're cheap. You could, a little late to buy the package of 4 concerts, but I think it's really, really an inexpensive ticket if you want to watch Robin Hitchcock from his living room or somebody's living room doing an acoustic concert. And that is Wednesday night. Okay, so this coming Wednesday is probably the last one. Playing now through the end of February on Saturday nights, although I'm sure this will be extended, Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano singing the American Songbook at Birdland. And then playing now also through the end of February, the show that David Sheward mentioned, Black No More, which is being done by Off-Broadway Signature Theater Company, or it's a show at the Signature Theater, not one of the two, but Lilius White is in that, so go see it. Vince Giordano and the Nighthawks play at Bond 45 Mondays and Tuesday nights, now through early March. That is over on West 46th Street. Ruben Santiago Hudson is directing the play Skeleton Crew by Dominique Morisseau. You have only today and tomorrow to see that acclaimed new play. Definitely going to be getting a Tony nomination at the very least. It's at the Samuel J. Friedman Theater on Broadway. Also on Broadway at the Ambassador Theater, Chicago, featuring our friend Ray Bahour. At the New Amsterdam Theater, Aladdin, which has music by our pal Alan Menken. And then Monday nights at Birdland, of course, Jim Caruso's Cast Party. Go to birdlandjazz.com for all tickets to all the shows being done at Birdland. And Evan Seplow is the founder and editor of StageBuddy.com. That is a website about New York theater nightlife. Please check it out. Please read Phil Mushnick in the New York Post, where he writes about media coverage of sports. I read every single column he does. And then Dr. Demento doing Dr. Demento shows at drdemento.com. Bob Cudmore talking about history of upstate New York on his podcast. Go to bobcudmore.com for that. And those, my friends, are the friends of the Daverhood. I gotta say, my tongue's getting a little tired after about 4 hours of being on the air, but I'm not flagging. I still have the energy.
Because I made you caffeinated tea twice. You've been caffeinated.
I'm caffeinated. Also, I got to take like a half-hour break when Rabbi Saul was
that's
interviewing
true.
Judy Collins. So I'm not quite as out of it at this point as I usually am. But we have only one more real thing to do on this episode of the show. We've got our Colorado Limerick of the Damned coming up because let's see, we've got we did the Gerri Curls. We talked about that being the show, the Gerri Curls film, which you have to watch on Amazon just because it's so terrible. Yeah, I think we did that. Yeah, I don't have to talk about that. How about, well, this is kind of funny. Just I should probably put this in an elsewhere thing, but it's almost more like a one-liner. True story. The head coach of this is from the National Hockey League. The head coach of the Nashville team, John Hines, was fined $25,000 for inappropriate conduct. You know what the name of his team is?
What?
Swear to God, the Predators.
Oh, come on. Art imitates life, or life imitates
Yeah, no,
art.
but to be fair, the inappropriate conduct was just him like obscenities on the ice and stuff. It had nothing to do with that kind of inappropriate conduct.
No predatory behavior.
But it's still very, very funny that of all things, inappropriate conduct by a predator. I love it. I love it. Okay, well, I mentioned that. I can say that. Okay. I did the mask thing early in the show. Remember, if you missed all or part of the program, you can watch the archive. It will be up within 24 hours on davesgoneby.com. We'll also separate out the Judy Collins interview. So if you don't want to wade through the whole show, and you just want to see Judy and Rabbi Saul, that will be there as well. All our archives are at archive.org as well. Plus, our archives are audio only at castbox.fm. So if you're into specifically just podcasting, you can go to there and hear all these, every Davis Gone By show ever done that we've been able to save. They're at castbox.fm. And remember, on Tuesday nights at 9:30, you can watch a random 1-hour episode or chunk of an episode, bits and pieces, on Channel 20 if you have Altice Cable in Nassau County. Channel 20, 9:30 in the evening, Eastern Time, here on Long Island. Plus, we have a YouTube channel. I was ranting and raving about YouTube on last week's show, that they pulled down one of the episodes because it was iffy whether Rabbi Saul Solomon or I think it was actually me, talking about vaccination and maybe defending Joe Rogan and all of this. And so I said terrible things on last week's episode about YouTube and everybody and everything. I was making fun of Anne Frank just to goad YouTube into taking me down. And I think they left the episode up. It's like, no problem. You can never tell, ladies and gentlemen, but I can tell that our Colorado Limerick of the Damned is coming. It's from Model, Colorado. And guess, this is sad. This may be one of the only times, or maybe 1 out of 3 times, of all the dozens and dozens of horrible limericks that I've written about Colorado, because every week we do a little poem, 5-line poem, that makes use of the name of some big city or town or small, tiny little nothing in the state of Colorado. This one is actually G-rated. I can't believe it. It's I almost wanted to jump in front of a train after I wrote it. I was like, am I losing my touch? Can I not make a limerick anymore that is filthy, offensive, and disgusting? I can.
You never lost that touch.
But this amazes me. So you're going to stay tuned right now for our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, Model, Colorado.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick.
Rocky Mountain,
Oh, Colorado indeed, Christine Lavin. Yes, Colorado, and there is a town, or I should really say, for so many of these places, there was a town called Model, Colorado, and this is, the point is that it's a ghost town at this point. It's an abandoned village in Las Animas County in far southern Colorado. It was originally planned, or it was originally meant to be a planned community, a model community, which is how it got its name. In fact, it was really called Model 1913. And the town lasted just a few years. It died out before even World War II, but the land is still there. As a matter of fact, they had a post office there just until last year when they closed it. And there's basically one store. If you look on for anything about Model Colorado, it's not like you're going to find houses there on Zillow. Which, this amazes me, actually, considering what real estate is doing, considering how expensive things are in Boulder and Fort Collins, and how real estate is going crazy and people need places to live. What are they waiting for to take these ghost towns in a beautiful...
I know, or the zombie houses. And
Yeah.
I don't know.
Knock them down, build, and give
We're
people...
not developers, honey. We don't
Yeah.
know.
I mean, it would make just so much sense, because even if it's a small town that's next to nothing, you're probably like a 4-mile drive away from everything. Why not take these little nowheres and build nice houses for people to live in? And then it helps the housing shortage. I don't get it. But right now, still, Model is kind of a nowhere's land that you pass through to get somewhere else, except there is one story. This is one of the reasons maybe they don't want to build there. On the web, this guy who does a website about ghost towns in Colorado, which is kind of cool. The guy went there to take pictures in Model of all these old abandoned buildings, and he went looking for that post office we were talking about that just closed. Only as he's driving along and stops and gets his camera, suddenly this giant dog, like this Cujo dog, comes out of nowhere and viciously starts attacking his car. Just like slamming against the window, slamming against the door, snarling, the face, the teeth, the fangs. And he's like, he just got the hell out of Model as fast as he could. So maybe if you decide to take a spin down Colorado way, down to Model, bring some raw steak and make a friend. But this is really not about the story of a ghost town. This is about a poem, a limerick about Model, our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. My 10-year-old child wants to throttle the Amarind mayor of Model. Said he, as MC of the town's spelling bee, spell a quaquayaquactawaddle. It's a little Mexican thing right there. Should have practiced the pronunciation of that. I'll do that again. Spell a quaquayaquatl. That's it. That's it. I thought that was a good one. And it wasn't even dirty and disgusting and horrible. It's actually snowing outside. Where the hell did that come from?
Is it? Oh my
How is it
God.
snowing outside?
What?
I'm not kidding. Well, it's February.
Apocalypse.
Now? Yeah. There's a really good story about Francis Ford Coppola that I don't know if it's New York Times or Vanity Fair or one of those, that he's taking $120 million of his own money to make one more movie, to make like this big like magnum epic opus. Yeah.
I mean, if you can afford it, if you're like a major player.
And the funny thing is, that money had nothing to do with film. Had nothing to do with like The Godfather or The Conversation or The Vampire one. No, it's all from his wine business out on
In Italy, right?
in his vineyard. Yeah. Oh no, California.
Oh, I thought he was in Italy. No.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong now, but I don't think so. I think he's got a vineyard out in but he tends to, that he lives on and that has made him tons and tons of more money. So he's got 120 million to make a movie. Which God, can you throw me a couple of bucks to bring one of my plays off Broad, please? Please, Francis? Oh. No, because I actually have a connection to him. I know somebody who interned for him at the White. I'm somebody who was at where I worked, previously, and they said it was very nice. They said it was a pleasure working there.
It's easy to be nice when you're elite.
And when you start the day drinking 5 bottles of wine, I'm not saying that. But anyway, this has been the 838th episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio Podcastio Programmio of The Stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and wonderful, adorable wife, Joyce. Thank you, Joyce, thank you for your bosom today. It was so nice and warm and comforting, as there's still literally for the past 2 hours, we've had the plumbing and heating people here trying to get the boiler going, hoping they can do it. What else do I need to tell you? I want to thank one more time Judy Collins for being on the program. She's great. She's marvelous, and she is going to be playing. Do I have that? Where you can go see her? Because basically we're promoting and saying that she's got the new album Spellbound out, or will be out in a couple of, when is it coming out? On February 25th. So you just have to wait another couple of days. You can get Spellbound from Cleopatra Records.
She's gonna be in Belgium November, and then she's gonna be in November 5th Belgium, November 8th Germany, November 16th St. Edmunds, and November.
Are you sure that's this year or last year?
Oh, maybe last year.
Because I've got her down, and this is a lot closer for folks. On March 18th, she'll be at the Scottish Rite Auditorium.
Oh, yeah, I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
she'll
on
be in.
The 19th, it says she'll be in Hawaii.
Oh my! Wait, she's gonna go from New Jersey to Hawaii.
I have the 18th. She's gonna be in Saturday the 19th.
No, Friday the 18th, Collingswood, New Jersey, Scottish Rite Auditorium.
That passed already. Today's the 19th.
No, March.
Oh, why does it say February 19th in Honolulu?
Maybe that's where
Is
she's.
that last year?
I don't know.
She says Saturday the 19th is today.
It is.
Saturday the 19th, right?
Yeah.
Blue Note, Hawaii.
So if you're in Hawaii, go see.
And then Edmonds, Washington, the 23rd.
Right.
I'll put her.
Yeah, but in March she's going to be in New Jersey. In March she's going to be March 18th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood.
Yes, she is. That's correct.
New Jersey. And then on March 26th, for our Colorado fans, she'll be in Estes Park, Colorado. So she's not spending. It's a perfect day to be in Hawaii right now, which is where she is. But if you're on the East Coast where we are, you can see Judy Collins. Yeah, oh great, yeah. Go see her and get her new album, Spellbound. It's really, Judy Collins, you haven't really thought about her maybe since the 1970s or 80s or her first album on Columbia. And, well, what's she up? No, she's making some pretty nice music. Check it out. I do hope she finishes that second autobiography of hers, because she's had quite an interesting life. I do also have to do a thank you to, who am I thanking? Well, thank you so much to Angela Thomas. I'm not sure if these are two different people. I apologize. There's Angela Thomas and Angela DeDominic. Both of them, or one of them, it's the same person, helped set up the Judy Collins interview on the program. Thank you to the Angeli for helping with the show. Me too, mumsies, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, rub it, baby. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, here. Give it. Bad potato.
Ow, ow.
He likes that,
though. oh, potato. No. Oh, that feels so good. See, this is what Valentine's Day is really about. Getting rubbed and touched by your loved one. Hello, loved one.
David, you've been on the air for 7 hours.
I know.
And it's snowing. Next, we're going to have, I don't know, plagues of locusts. No.
I wouldn't be shocked at this point, but that feels amazing. Let me also give a quick shout out to the fine folks at ULIT Minuteman Press in Hewlett, Long Island. I'm not doing a commercial for them. I'm just saying the Torong family is really nice, and they happen to do great work, and they're great to work with. So if you have copying and stuff to do, and you're looking for a place to get it done, Hewlett Minuteman Press. That's it. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. Also, want to thank one more time David and Leslie and Vicki for playing the Today Yesterday quiz. Thanking Rabbi Sol Solomon for offering his rabbinical reflection and for interviewing Judy Collins. Go to shalomdammit.com for more about him. For more about me, go to davesgoneby.com and also my writing website, davelefkowitz.org. We're ending this 838th episode of the Dave's Gone By program. But oh my gosh, we expect to be back next Saturday. And I hope to have some more stuff to talk about with you, just some adventures to have, because I'll be off from work the whole week. So there'll be, events. I'll have stories to tell, I hope. We'll also have a guest, I hope. I'm sure. I know we have one lined up for March 5th. We have comedian Candice Guardino, who's going to be on the program. That's set. But next week, we're fingers crossed, we're hoping to get a Broadway and off-Broadway choreographer. I'm not going to say who, but because it's not set. But it looks like it'll work. So, gotta tune in. Check our Facebook page, techdavesgoneby.com to make sure. But next Saturday morning, February 26th, 9 a.m. to noon or thereabouts, right here for the brand new 839th episode of the Dave's Gone By program. Until then, happy President's Day. Think of your favorite president if you have any. I know we haven't had a lot of recent, we had a couple of decent ones actually recently, but that's on you. But it's a tough job, and somebody's got to do it. Happy President's Day, and gone by.
Days gone by.